wins it. And a big boot once again. This might be curtains for Mellow Beast. MCG trying to force that cast. Yeah, might want to get out. Pinfalls take forever because the referee doesn't know where to stand. Face first, cover. Referee's out of it. And Holju gets the victory. And the ref's not even involved. So I'll take that as down for the low kick. Oh, look out. Panama Sunrise. Shout out to Adam Cole, baby. I think Bayley doesn't want to win this on the outside. Maybe she does. No way. Wow. For some reason, that sort of makes sense. I didn't feel like turning countouts off in every match. Your queen wins. That is such a cheap win. That's sort of appropriate, though. But it does. MCG, you had a shot going to the titles. What are you doing, bud? Oh, no, it is cursed. That's why. We know who's left. AWS is stuck. Game Time Art is stuck. Oh, Ross got loose. Just in the nick of time, too. Walker going back up to the top. Is he actually... Shooting star press. Hooks the leg. Mike the Ref Maloney, Big Bad Boris on the call here tonight. It is...
Oh! Super kick!
Let go! Third! Super kick party! Yeah, pay the money for that. Yes! This life is going great! Let's go!
She's healthy.
Let's go!
Is she healthy?
Yeah!
Apparently she's back.
Hey, yo, 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 and away we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the AEW Revolution Sidecast here on the Mike the Ref Twitch channel. Always a pleasure to have y'all here. We're going to have some fun tonight. We got another 5 hours of wrestling tonight, which should be absolutely a blast. Hey, Homer, good to see you here tonight. And yeah, we're starting the 0 hour now, so it's going to be an absolutely amazing card tonight. Like, if you go through the one by one, every single match here feels like it belongs. It's a big fight feel. So many, like, there's some of the stipulations I don't like on some of this stuff, like the no time limit on the Continental title, and I understand why they're doing it, but I don't, there's a reason why you don't do it, but we could talk about that a little later on. I hate the Cody Rhodes stipulation here for Hangman. It makes me wonder if they're gonna cough that up to what are they gonna do? Are they gonna make Hangman not win, and then all of a sudden he's gonna have to go against his word to go back for the title again? Which that would not surprise me one little bit. But I honestly feel that MJF wins thanks to Swerve's interference. Just straight up. But yeah, we're getting Willow working twice tonight, and more Willow on the screen is always a good thing. Social media mogul Italians. All right. It's a thing. But shout out to the graphics department at AEW for really stepping up the way they have here over the the last 6 months to a year, like things have been really. They did lose a guy that was doing it and brought in a new one. And this new guy that's been doing it, I believe it's been since July. I don't have the exact dates and whatnot, but since somebody new's taken over, these graphics have just been freaking amazing. Like, as I know how hard it is to come up with a logo. I tried to get a whole bunch of wrestlers to, and I still have the files for it, to I actually got a whole bunch of wrestlers to do a green screen so I could do like the motion graphic 2010 thing. It is not easy to get people into that. But even simple ones like this, like the texture, the color, everything lining up is just perfect. And Jay Quick, great to see you tonight. And the new guy's name is John Cena. Dun, 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 dun. So we're getting boom and doom right off the bat here. Who's the new girl? I forgot. But yeah, these guys are all over Ring of Honor, and all four of them are, right? You're ready to bring the boom? Oh my God, Wade Brady in the crowd. Let's go. Nope, wrong one. There we go. How you doing, DLW? He's a fan of, he's actually bringing up names, folks. Straight up bitch. Yeah, okay. Lexi gets to do all the great interviews, and I'm sure Wayne's more than happy to talk to Lexi there. But it's so nice to see like A-list celebrities out here wanting to do stuff. How did Aaron Solo ever become a good guy now? Rizzler just literally walking down the aisle, just, you got, yeah. Don't look too much, Wayne Brady. Your man will come out and boot you. Hey, you know what? You know what? There are certain sacrifices that can be made. And I think that could be one of them. By the way, I made some alterations over to the YouTube stream here, so hopefully you guys can see the chat a little easier. The chat does come up for both YouTube and Twitch for anybody that's popping on and watching on the Twitch feed right now, so, or on the YouTube feed for that matter, sorry. We, for those that don't know on Twitch, we actually run a vertical feed over on the YouTube channel. We will move it over to Twitch as well once we get, once Twitch authorizes vertical streaming, so our sidecasts will be done both in vertical and horizontal. So AJ is actually a really accomplished wrestler. He's been doing it for like 20 years in the New Jersey area. And the QT Marshall and Big Boom storyline, like, it's literally been, what, 3.5, 4 years long between these two? Worst of enemies, then best of friends, and now tag team partners. You're not even going to let AJ fly. Come on now. Screw QT will say he'll do it then. Shane Taylor's sitting there like, what the hell did I get stuck in here? Hello, Mr. Wildcard Champion. How are you doing today? Thank you for being here. Appreciate ya. Hope you're having a great day on a Sunday here so far. Oh, now the infantry's going after Brady. A little slow today. Oh, Good Day's wedding rest. Yeah, that'll do it. I saw the picture of Captain N. Showed of him being at the. I heard it was an open bar, so yeah. Yeah. As soon as you say open bar and wedding, I can tell where most of you guys are at. I still got 3 beers I got to finish. I might even pull them out later tonight. We'll see how things go. All right. Crystal XO, story Denali. Riz. Riz is at a very good height, wouldn't you say? Just saying, not saying, just saying. But no, it's nice to see that they actually announced that they're getting new tapings for Ring of Honor here on the 22nd down in Jacksonville, once again at the studio. Hey, kids, don't try that at home. Nice. So for those that are asking, I did pick it up on Amazon for today. You Americans get an advantage here if you have HBO Max. Oh, and quickly jumping back to it, for those that missed Backbreaker Pro Wrestling Arrival, it is in the VODs. However, if you want the condensed version without the extra breaks of setting up matches, the YouTube video just uploaded. It will be available this Wednesday at 8 a.m. Eastern. So we got a big week on the YouTube channels. So managed to get it. I think it was like 2 hours and 3 minutes for a pay-per-view. And most of it was matches. So I have so much respect for AJ because that original match that he had with QT Marshall, like that whole started this whole storyline with him. He worked on a broken ankle that he broke earlier in the day. And he just taped it up and said, fuck it, I'm doing it. Like, don't get me wrong, he's not around a whole lot, but he definitely is. He's definitely willing to put the work in to help out. Hey, Mr. Vic. YouTube is 1 minute, 6 seconds ahead of my pay-per-view feed. That means I'll probably be behind when 0 hours over. That's fine. When it comes to the pay-per-views, I try not to... Okay, so as of right now, my clock says 46:10. So I don't know where that is in relation to you right now. So you can sort of relate it there. Oh, and Shane Taylor causing stuff again. I love how Solo's walking over there just pushing the guys. Here, go check out your dad. But Vic, how are you doing today? I hope everything's going well. Hope you got a chance to see everything that went on yesterday. Oh. Shane Taylor, I know you're a Gold Gloves boxer. He did say his finishing move was a bitch slap. Well, there it is. He just hit the bitch slap and oh my God. Wayne Brady getting attacked by Shane Taylor. Oh God. Oh no, Shane. Shane. Oh, now he's got some heat. Oh my God, Justice with a spear. You know what? You may not be big, but you got the size, so that spear will work. All right. You don't expect this much. Don't you touch Rizzler Shane Taylor. Hey, PJC. Oh, this is amazing. Oh my God. The boomstay device. Okay. Hey, Jet Speed. How you doing today? Good to see you here. Love Big Boom. He always delivers. Yeah. Like, it is always an entertaining match with these guys. Forgive me one sec, chat. There we go. All fixed up there. No, how many booms am I giving that? Let's see here. Maybe I'll do, I'd have to give that 4 booms. Because that was hella entertaining. Jet Speed, you playing 2K25, you said? Hope you're enjoying it. I know last night we had a hell of a blast with BPW Arrival throughout the whole show. It was just so much fun. But it is showing its age, and you will not convince me that the last patch that they did for 25, they actually nerfed they put some bugs in there so it convinces you to buy 26. Takeshita versus Mox match of the year candidate? Oh, probably. I'm still not very happy with it. Don't get me wrong. Takeshita Moxley, it's going to be an amazing match. I would still prefer that they still have the 20-minute time limit there, because that's one of the facts for the show, right? Like, or for the title, for that matter. The rule for the title is that you have to win it in 20 minutes, nobody at ringside, and you just have to do it. The one exception to that is the Continental Classic. So Lena gets her own music for this, but not last night. I appreciate the compliment, but seeing Lena Cross out there, I'm just going to throw this one out again. Are the microtransactions as bad as they say for 2K26? Too early for me to tell. I will say this, though. I bought the original version, but I did also... The one thing they didn't do last year that they did this year that I managed to take advantage of, last year they didn't have the digital add-ons for the... like for the Undertaker pack or whatever. They heard you complain. Yeah, absolutely. Full credit to Ophelia here, who literally was complaining last night that Lena didn't get her own music. Quickly going back to the question here, McG. They do have add-on packs now for both the both the Monday Night Wars pack and the Attitude Era pack. I actually picked up both because, well, if I'm going to be using it for the majority of the year, especially that we announced last night that we're going to have 2 new shows for Backbreaker Pro Wrestling, or having 2 shows, sorry, 1 new show. We're going to be running 2 days a week here. Might as well get as many characters as I can, so can't get to 26 because it's only PC, Xbox, PS5. They're eventually coming out with a Switch version, so you think Wayne Brady will be in the Battle Royal? No, he got his spot. That's one thing about wrestling when it deals with spots like this. You don't overstay your welcome. Unless you're MJF and doing a promo. But thank you for the compliment, Jet Speed, about the cool YouTuber. I don't know if I'm that cool, but, old man talks about wrestling is always a good thing. We're celebrating 15 years here. Threw the gift sub bonus on this for tonight. If anybody's interested, you pay for 5 subs. I believe it's 35% off. So, you got Last Generation. All right, well, unfortunately, ain't much I can help you with there on that. But honestly, if you don't want to get 26, if you're not able to upgrade, do yourself a favor. And by the way, you don't need to space it out there for PS, but I would recommend Fire Pro Wrestling World if you haven't got it yet. It is on sale right now. It's one of those that you can build in extra spots if you want. It is an older game, but it's just as customizable as WWE. The graphics are different, obviously, but I really enjoy that game. Can't find Zero Hour? Where are you watching the show? From those nefarious means? It's on YouTube. It's on Facebook. I'm watching it on Amazon right now. If you're watching the show on Max, found it on YouTube? Okay. Yeah, Zero Hour, it's on everything. It's just the paper, it's so funny because ESPN has decided to come up with the same strategy as AEW does. Have an hour of wrestling on free TV before you move it on to a pay-per-view. The only difference is they're doing the first hour of WrestleMania. If you guys haven't heard, both nights of WrestleMania, the first hour of it will be available in the States on ESPN. I believe she's a runway model. And as well, the other big news this week that Sean Ross Sapp dropped was the embargo that they had in Chicago for the Elimination Chamber. They actually lifted that. For WrestleMania now, so bars are able to show WrestleMania, even though they still are having problems with how things have lined up there. So, forgive me one sec, chat. I got to adjust. Where are we here? There we are. Do this. Always putzing around with the Twitch stream. Sorry. The YouTube stream, I had to make a little adjustment there. So, sure, they jacked up the price for the bar. Well, I remember, and it was a technicality. Shout out to Beercade here in Edmonton who's showing the show tonight for free, courtesy of the Chris Parrish podcast, former Backbreaker member. The actual bar fee, if you want to get a pay-per-view from WWE or TKO in general for the UFC, it was like $800 to get a license to show it in a bar. So the way we got around it is technically I rented out the bar for the night. And I would cover basically, if I'm in the bar, they get all the food and alcohol money, and I get I put on the show for them. So technically, I rented the bar to show it off, to show the pay-per-view to my friends. Just a whole bunch of friends that I never knew of. But details. All right, I'm looking at my time versus the time on the clock. My clock is about 15 seconds ahead of the actual game clock on the up on the corner. So if you guys want to get a bit of a reference where we're at. But thank you, everybody, for popping in here. Eventually, I'm going to get my stuff together, even though I've been on... Oh, God. Willow getting her shoulder worked over again. That's going to affect the doctor bomb, isn't it? Chad, how do you think this is going to work? Are they going to change the title here for the TBS title, or are they going to change the tag titles? I personally feel the tag titles are getting changed tonight. That way you can have Cross and Bane take on the Brawling Birds as your next big feud for the tag titles. I wouldn't even mind if Willow dropped both. Get her into the main event picture right now against Tekla. Jay Quick, you think Willow loses both? Hey, it's going to be interesting, to say the least. I think Willow wins here, but Lena and Megan win the yeah, I think that's the logical sense if you're sitting back and looking at everything going on. Would be to have Tony and Tekla's the next world title feud. Got to remember, the next title feud for the TBS title, the women's title, all that is only a month. It's literally only a month for that feud. Because Dynasty is April 12th. Or you have Mercedes come back a double or nothing to be... Well, I don't know if you put Mercedes back in the TBS title picture at all. Do you really want to have her? I want to get her up in the AEW title picture. And honestly, I think she might show up at Dynasty, if anything. I do know that she's scheduled to be in Winnipeg the day before the Dynamite taping there on April 1st. March 30th, she's defending the Winnipeg Pro Wrestling Championship. What if they did a women's Anarchy in the arena? I would love it. It would break tradition, though, because the Bucks have been involved in every single Anarchy in the arena. Do they really want to break that record? And don't start talking about wigs and that, all right? Let's just keep this civil here. God, do I love a Willow spine buster. Just straight up, straight down, no fooling around. Or Stadium Stampede, since technically... yeah. See, she's going to try and go for a doctor bomb, and she can't do it. Don't show this fucking angle. God damn it. Sorry. Production mic just came out for a second there, but that was a little nasty there, the fact that they did the kick like that. Anybody hear that gunshot go off there? Even the crowd altogether is like, wow. If this doesn't sell you on getting the pay-per-view, I don't know what will. Oh my God. Spinning TKO. I don't know if that was weird and awesome all in one. Just straight up awesome and weird all in one there, right there. By the way, thank you for the reposts and the shares. Just putting out the note that we're out today. Peggy especially there, the one I noticed right now. Let all your friends, let all your enemies know we're going to be here all night tonight. Talking about wrestling, talking about a whole bunch of things. Talking about, how the internet decided to go nuclear again this morning thanks to baseball. Shout out to Brody. Nobody there for the cannon, but oh, that's got to hurt. What the? What'd the internet do at baseball? Did you guys hear? I'm telling more about MLB The Show than anything else. The servers went down and everybody went nuclear. After they did a patch and the patch didn't go perfect. So they had to take it offline real quick to fix it. And there you go. That's twice now. And where's Willow? Or where's Harley, sorry. Oh yeah, did it. Yeah, no powerbomb. Oh no, Team USA will do something dumb, but that'll be tonight. When they lose. I wouldn't think Harley would deal with such a small pipe like that. But that is a legit iron pipe. Like, when the guys come out, they got that huge one that looks like you could squeeze. It's like a tin one that looks like you could break it. That looks solid metal right there. That is thick, that is hard, and that will do some damage if you use it too much.
Bruh.
The Scott Steiner rubber pipe. Yeah, the good old times. If you guys watched old WCW footage, you know what we're talking about here. All right, now we got a time where everybody's going to be flying in the ring. She lost her title? No. She won it on a backslide. So Willow retains. They came out and beat up Willow after the match, and then Harley came in for the save with a black metal pipe. But yeah, now we're getting into a little bit more of the meat and potatoes here as the national championship. This is where a lot of people are speculating on surprises. By the way, I do get a little bit of a laugh about the Jay White posted out saying, "Are you ready for tonight?" So they think oh my God, Jay White's coming. No, Jay White's not coming tonight. He's probably still a while away yet. Let's see Keith. Hey, you know how much I would go insane if we saw Keith Lee tonight? I love how AEW does their battle royals. Everybody shows up outside the ring, then they get to come in. Johnny Bald! Scorpio Sky here. Oh, the champ is here. The champ is here. Who I got in this one? I think Ricochet just keeps it. I don't think they change it. Who you guys got? They announced Ricochet for Maple Leaf Pro Weekend. That doesn't surprise me either. Maple Leaf Pro has turned into an amazing promotion now. They need to stop trying to push Scorpio. You also got to remember, Scorpio's at home, so they're trying to get a little bit of a hometown pop here. But yeah, it's good to see you here tonight. Scott D'Amore is a great Yep. Scott D'Amore is one of the best, and I didn't get a chance to talk to him a lot when I was working in the Alberta promotions. They made sure to have extra time available to do all these freaking entrances. Scott D'Amore better than Triple H. So
Bruh.
like, I think that's somewhat obvious. I'll be honest. I really do want WWE to succeed. I just don't know how they're going to do it. I really don't. They Squig better than Triple H.
Uh-oh.
I believe when anybody wants to bring up those two names in the same sentence, I'm usually thinking of this sound. They survived 1993, 2019. Not sure how they did. Here's the thing, and it's something that it's something that people talk about AEW about for a lot as we are going through this. WWE just has so much cachet, so much money, so much available to them that they can afford to screw up. AEW can't afford to screw up that often. They don't have they basically don't have the extra leniency. They'll survive. Don't think they're close to bankruptcy. Exactly. Actually, technically, it's like a lot of things. If people called in the debts that TKO owes, WWE has become McDonald's where it becomes too big to fail. Yeah. They'll turn to nothingness slop and we'll make much more money for it because it's until you can get the common language of wrestling. Oh my God, the bus got a paint job. Is that who I think it is in the driving it? Is he? Oh no, he's still in a bandage. I thought his shoulder was better. My understanding is WWE only part of TKO that actually turns a profit. Depends on what set of books you're looking at. They're really worried about WrestleMania for the fact that they don't have the sales. They've reduced prices by 25% and they still can't get the sales. By the way, Perry's at home too, so. Now, myself personally, I want a guy like Dalton Castle to win this. Somebody who didn't even get an introduction. He qualifies under the already in the ring. Tarzan Boy always brings you in a good mood. Hey, you know what? It's a relaxing song. The crowd loves it. Already outside the ring. And here comes Ricochet. So they got 15 minutes basically to get this match done. And I'm actually impressed that they got as much. Oh, wow. Johnny Bald's in his hometown too. That's fair. They'll roll over like they have been, yeah. I love the fact that so many people in the promotion are bald, but Ricochet's the only one that gets the heat over it. See, you know what the cool thing would be right now? You literally have Ricochet in the ring. Everybody piles in, just throws him over right away. FTR Ball is just happy that Ricochet took the heat off him. Basically. I love that they finally got the little thing saying only available in the US. The for this advertisement from Amazon. I don't know if you guys are getting it or not down in the States or on the other apps, but yeah, we got a little Amazon promo here right now. They still have a Danielson shirt up, which just doesn't surprise me, but surprised me. That looked like Ricky Stark's dad in the crowd. Oh, you're seeing that on my AEW? Oh, so you're VPNing it tonight. Or did you just buy the pay-per-view on that site? How's the quality on there? Is it good? Freddie Prinze Jr. wouldn't surprise me he's there. Till that AEW sells its shirts on Amazon, that's really handy because Pro Wrestling Tees is crazy. Absolutely. It's really good. The only reason I didn't pick it up on my AEW for this one is, if you guys didn't know, I watched the show on my TV. As, yeah, AR Fox decides just to play bowling pin with everybody, or bowling ball with everybody. There is somebody with a Montreal Canadiens jersey in the front row. What the fuck is... What in the golem hell is Leo Rush looking like there? Thank you, Nigel, for taking the words out of my mouth. Yeah, I know it's Leo Rush, but the hell did that come from? See, now technically he was in the ring, so he should be eliminated. He does that look in the indies sometimes. Okay, fair enough. Well, he's got a, it works perfect with his little Bowser boy gimmick. I think that people still, I'm, if you guys didn't see it earlier today, I had a little, so many bald wrestlers were closer to a reverse hair versus hair match where the loser must grow their hair. Hey, you know what? That is a money idea. Honestly, throw that out on X. I guarantee you that would get you some traction there. But yeah, just fifth. We've had this much action and we're not even into the main show yet. Been pitching that forever with Rich King and Dean Richter. Should let it happen. They should let it happen. Well, at least we're getting the Battle Royal back into the ring. Ricochet just getting murdered right now by everybody that sees him. Why would you want to bite his hair? His lack of hair. That stubble has got to taste gross. Garcia trying to help Ricochet? That doesn't sound right. Well, Rocky's going to be first out. Nope, never mind. Nobody's been eliminated yet. Like, there's no way we're going to start the show like this, right? This isn't the match to do that with, is it? Lane the Habs jersey usually sits with the guy who wears a break. Hey, Rocky, way to do that pose. At least you didn't get a knee in the back of the head this time. Swear up being Nigel. Great minds think alike. Unfortunately, he doesn't think as fast as me. It's what that old age and senility will do to you. Why would... Okay, maybe it's a battle royal thing to me. But when a guy's standing right by the ropes, why would you pull him away from the ropes? I'd push him over. Oh, Jalistico doing the Mortal Kombat. I am... Well... Bye, Austin. I feel sorry for these referees trying to keep up with what's going on here right now. Anti-anxiety meds. With all due respect, I'm not...
What the hell is that?
I'm not feeding him those lines. Mortos is bejeweled. Well, he saw Mercedes and didn't want to, you know... Jesus. Well, you know, he also could afford the jewels now that he's actually a legal lawyer. Commander having a hell of a match last night. Oh, God. Those contacts are just going to freak me out for like the next long while. I don't think so. He's still part of the crew. I just wonder where his hair went. Oh, that was awesome right there. Counter, 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 counter. Like, if people ask why AEW has as many titles as he does, yeah, I remember saying it right off the beginning. Like, you saw that first dive that he did? He looked like he was a freaking golem running up to the ropes there to go do the splash. Oh, there we go. Oh my God. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Well, he'll touch the floor now. It's so tough for these fans. Like, I can understand why the fans aren't into this as much because they got to figure out who's legal, who's not. AR Fox getting a lot of shines. Good to see. Absolutely. Like, AR Fox has always been one of my favorites ever since I got into Evolve a little bit pre-pandemic and before it got sold to WWE. And that's the old Evolve, not this new version that they got. Oh, God, that sucked. I think Johnny was meant to go all the way over, and he just didn't there. That was not pretty, but it worked. Shibata. Shibata hasn't been in a match in a while. They got 9 minutes, so expect some very quick eliminations coming up right now. Scorpio wearing the Lakers gear, aka the pay-per-view gear. Wow, Bowen's got up there. The Kataro Crusher there. Well, Sky's out. Rush is going to come in and try and run interference. Yeah, it's weird. We got no Hook either. And that's the thing about AEW that I appreciate the most when it comes to a lot of this stuff. You have a ton of people. You have so many people on your roster that if you have a bunch injured, I'm not going to say they aren't going to be missed, but there's a lot of people to fill those spots up. Intrigued to see what they start with. I almost think they start with Moxley and Takeshita. I wouldn't mind seeing Ciampa win the title. Start with Brody and Swerve. No, that one's going to get a little too violent. I think you got to get your fans to settle in a little bit before that. Or do you go with that stupid trios match that nobody wants with the Dogs and the Team Darby? Do we start with a murder? My AEW in Canada is limited. Basically, you could buy the pay-per-view off of it, but that's about it. And it's more the CRTC than Bell, but I'm sure Bell's got something to do with it. After last night's debacle, last night was about as close as I've ever been to getting a possible VPN. But, yeah, Canadian content laws. Well, that's what ended up happening with the WWE Network when it came up here, right? Because they had to create their own channel. They had to have 20% content that was Canadian. That's why overnight you saw a lot of different programming that you would on the actual WWE Network. Wow. Dralistico gets eliminated in the dumbest way possible right there. Just literally. Bones is gone. Oh my God, Dalton's in the ring. Sorry, but Canadian programming won't get better until you guarantee him a spot. Yeah, I'm with you. The one thing I love about AEW Battle Royals compared to other promotions, if they let you go to the outside, like the number one rule in a Battle Royal, you don't go for the big spots and you don't take bumps. Just because there's that many people in the ring. If you're moving out of the ring and moving in and out and having the different spots put together here, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? I love the hesitation that people thought Dalton maybe would save there. WWE Network was great. I miss being able to search Hardy Boys, then watch them random match from SmackDown 2000. Yeah. Do you, and Ophelia loving to seeing Dalton get the spot. I agree. Think you're seeing any returns tonight? I think tonight's the night you see E&C. I think tonight's the night you see E&C come back. Yeah, Ophelia, we're on the same page here. In terms of return, I think that might be the only one you get. Wouldn't surprise me, Mortos. Well, Mortos has got to go check out his girlfriend, right? Commander, I've never loved high flyers in a match like this. Well, that's the thing about Commander. He will miss his spot. Commander's a great wrestler, don't get me wrong. But one thing about him is when he misses absolutely amazingly. Well, Garcia just became heel number 1. And Ciampa just became a face. All in about 10 seconds there. Why would you want his sweaty mask on? That's why I think Ricochet's winning this. It's one thing I like about Mascara Dorada more than Commander when it comes to stuff. Comdender has been eliminated, yeah. You think Ace Austin's going to get the dub here? I wouldn't mind it. Honestly, I don't mind if anybody really wins this. I think we're down to maybe 5 guys. It's like most battle royals. You just wait and see who's left and just go from there. Like, wait till you're down to about 4 or 5 people. No, I don't think Perry's out. I know Bowens is out. Shibata's out. Tony's in the back to go home. They might run this over. This could be another one that goes over. I don't think it's the smartest one to go over, but... Oh, there's Shibata. Never mind. Shibata's still in it. You can tell they're doing massive eliminations right now, right? Roosh wasn't eliminated. He went through the second rope. I love that the commentators forgot about that. Now Roosh is gone. All right, they're running overtime. Never fails. I could already hear X just going nuts right now. Well, Austin's out after he got the knee in the nuts. The knee of the nuts is diabolical? Absolutely. But that's what they do, right? All right. All right, Prime screwed up. Prime's not great at live TV. I love that the Battle Royal's coming to conclusion and the pyro's going off again. I really want to go on X right now and just take a look at how crazy everybody's going right now. Down the Perry and Ricochet again. I want to go on X right now. A statement no one should make. I think people just... Well, no, this is the only second time they've done it. I'm on X. My God, they're having a melt. I love it. I love it. I love it. This is an old school technique that I just love. Nobody hate wrestling and having fun like wrestling fans. Well, it's like MLB. MLB The Show. Server went down. They went absolutely bonkers today. They did a patch. Everybody got pissy. They took the servers down to fix the patch. Everybody got pissy again. Like I had some streamers up when I was editing the video from last night. And all you see is people coming in, server down for you, server down for you. And I was watching a popular franchise streamer, Mills. He's like, I don't care. I'm offline. I could care less. They were like, this should have started the pre-show. Fuck no. Start the pay-per-view with your hometown boy winning the title. Because remember, one of the big stories about this is the fact that Jack Perry is oh, God. Folks, this is read out of Will Ospreay's book, The King of the Y button here. Now they're doing the ball chant, trying to get under Ricochet's skin. I would have had a Ciampa Perry as the last two. No. You want Ricochet to have the opportunity to be the last. Oh, God, that had to suck. Perry, he's dead. Push him. He's looking up at his dad. Oh, no. Oh, my God, he did it. Perry wins it at home. Oh. The boyhood dream has come true. Love that it's ran so late into the opening of the show. It's so indie. Well, yeah, I know it's your pick. You're on a roll already, I feel you. I love this. The fact that they're doing this, it's his home. He's had the kid exposure his whole life. Right at the end, when he was going up to the top, you notice that he looked at his dad, right? More like, Jungle boyhood dream comes true. It's a great... This crowd is pretty... Like, it's funny. Shout out to Zodiac. He popped into my He DM'd me on Discord a post that came out. Yeah, a t-shirt company sold out Crypto.com tonight. Salutations from Fran. Hey, thank you for being here. Appreciate ya. Boris Lacroix 4. Appreciate seeing you here. I appreciate everybody popping in. It is great. I can't believe this. They're starting with the tag titles. You know what? I don't mind this. I don't mind this. If you've been online checking things out, we are getting well known across the world. By the way, if you like what you see, make sure you hit the follow button. If you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you hit the subscribe. Tell all your friends. I got a post on X. I got a post on Blue Sky. Feel free to share that out. Let everybody know what's going on here. Let's pack this place. We had such a fun time last night talking about wrestling during Backbreaker Pro. Let's keep the momentum going here. I am absolutely loving this, and I'm loving all of you guys. And I will also mention that subs are 35% off if you buy them in groups of 5 for gift subs. Just saying. Not saying, just saying. Not mandatory, just helps out the channel. I refuse to plug it overly too much here, okay? I appreciate how they're trying to do a story with these Bucks. And by the way, I'm talking about myself more because leading into this, so many people have said they don't want to see this. Like, we've already seen it 3 times, and, well, let's face it, both teams are great. We don't have to dispute that. But outside of the Rascals match, like the last couple pay-per-view matches for FTR have been dog shit. Shout out to the production partner department again. Another home run here. You know what the other thing I'm thinking? Somebody queue up on this day. I want to wait till after. I absolutely don't know AEW. Only seen their first pay-per-view or casting other companies. Jesus, Ophelia. I didn't say you had to do that. But thank you for the subs, Ophelia. 5 gifted. Just throwing it out of nowhere. Ophelia is the GOAT. She always has been. But thank you. I appreciate it. By the way, folks, if you aren't following her, she is getting back up into streaming here. Let me make it easy on everybody here. Do yourself a favor. Go give Ophelia a follow. Hell, I almost forgot that I didn't follow her. Do yourself a favor. Go give Ophelia a follow here. She's getting back into streaming soon here, and the best way to support her is just to follow and, oh my God. Well, by the way, we do have a hype train unlocked right now, so if anybody else wants to throw in and get some extra special emotes. Sorry, Boris. Subs came up out of nowhere here. Personally, we on the channel we cover AEW, but hell, we watch everything. I just physically don't have the time to cover every promotion here personally. We do a lot more stuff on the channel just besides AEW. I do some gaming on here as well. We do have our own eFed that we run after Dynamite and Collision every Wednesday and Saturday. But damn, Ophelia just throwing out a 5-bomb just for the hell of it. Wow. But yeah, sorry, I'm just a little taken aback for a second there. Here's one other thing I'm thinking of right now, and hear me out. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. The kids are going to be stars one day? Absolutely. And this is something I want to talk about when it comes to this. These promos that they're like the opening star of the night here. We have Jack Perry who wins the title. He's a hometown guy. You got Boom and Doom that win. They're the big Costco guys and whatnot. Anybody in the Elio LaFleur, Ricky Sosa? I haven't seen enough of LaFleur to really... I haven't seen enough of either one of them. Oh my God, FTR coming out in the Celtics colors. Let's go. You want to be a total heel, this is the way to do it. But with everybody talking about how WWE doesn't listen to fans, it's very centered towards, you know, all the big bucks, not these young bucks, but, you know, dollar signs. Extra special, extra pricey tickets, and looking to maximize profit than rather taking care of families. Doing the local guy winning the championship and then doing a promo with the Bucks talking about how their family is so important to them for this, you're really finding a way to separate yourself from the other company, which I find is a real big bonus here as we go. They have to let FTR win and then hope Gope and Christian win the titles? Maybe. Yeah, I've seen a lot of great things about both Ricky Sosa and Elio LaFleur. I don't get enough time to watch NXT or... I do know Ricky just got his debut in TNA. CNC versus FTR doesn't need the title. CNC returning to distract FTR so Bucks win. Here's my thought. And here's some long-term storytelling. And Ophelia, I agree with you. NXT is my favorite eight. With some exceptions to some wrestlers, I will say that NXT is my favorite stuff. But here's my thoughts. Bucks win it tonight. All right, Hype Train ends at level 2. Ophelia, I hope you enjoy your new emote. Let's see what we got here. Oh, wow. I'll just throw it in the chat there. I appreciate getting the extra emote out here. How fast the entrance song brought Ricky to TNA. I don't think it was the entrance song that did it. I think it's the wrestler himself. He wants to get some work in North America, and I don't think he wanted to sign a long-term deal with any company. So TNA is always good for short-term deals. But Ophelia, once again, thank you for the hype train, the gift subs. And Zodiac, good to see you here tonight. Great to see this little t-shirt company here selling out the Crypto.com arena. Good day, and the balls be praised. By the way, it helped a lot, but he truly is a gem, only 21. Well, here's the thing. They got Leon Slater, right? I think Leon Slater helped open up a lot of doors for a lot of people. We got some praise and balls in the chat. I'm going to find a way to get some... We're going to have to get some praise balls emotes done for you guys. Seriously, like, for all you do here... But yeah, in this matchup, like, what I personally think is going to happen, Bucks win the titles, FTR versus CNC is going to happen. Hey, Michael, good to see you here tonight. And Matt's dead. My God, those kids are so screaming. That looks like British kids. Like, if they're all from Matt and Nick, oh, God. Match 1, we got blood already. Match 1, we have blood already. So blood all night? Well, I'd almost expect it at this point. But once again, it's another thing that disassociates the two companies apart, right? And if you can actually get out there and... Mox is upset that he was supposed to bleed first. Nah, he hasn't bled in a while. FTR is wearing the Celtics colors if you didn't see the beginning of the match. They came out in full green and white. Just because, you know, they are in the home of the Lakers. Super kick number 1. Super kick number 2. And a pin. I don't think you're going to get that spot with Stoke quite yet. All right, everybody's bleeding now. Just, you know. You know what kind of night you're going to have when everybody's bleeding already? Could you imagine that the only match that doesn't have blood ends up being Mox and Takeshita? It wouldn't surprise me. Because what? There was a streak of like, what, 5-6 weeks where... Hell, you're about to blade yourself to fit in? Attaboy, McG. I could get a hangnail maybe, and maybe that would do it, but I got to do much more than that. And Matt's just getting killed outside. Surprised. I'm actually pretty surprised myself, but here's the thing with AEW. Expect the unexpected, right? Like, there's one thing, and I know that a lot of people are new here, so I'll talk about it a little bit. We got a little term here that we use for a lot of the stuff you see here on the show, and we call it WWE-isms. Because with WWE-isms, like, there's certain tropes that we're always expected to know because that's the only thing we grew up on. That's the only thing we've seen for years. And AEW is going against a lot of those standards. And we've already seen 2 of them tonight. Number 1, we had our final pre-show match stretch into main time. And number 2, the first match of the night is always situated in the ring for the majority of it and doesn't have any blood and doesn't set the standard too crazy. Why would you clothesline? Just super kick the son of a gun if your arm's hurting. All right, you take care. Yeah, if you haven't hit a follow, just hit the follow button and know every time I come up, which you just
One
did.
more for the good guys.
And there we go. We hit our follower goal as well. Thank you, Boris, for being our 700th follower here on the channel. So many alerts going off everywhere here tonight, dude. Well, I got to remember to add blurb to my list of words that I shouldn't have coming up on the chat on the screen here. No, this is like It's so funny. The Bucks, like, they're giving you a sympathetic story off the bat here, especially with Matt being down the way that he is. I love that Excalibur's become a doctor. By the way, we do have an ad break coming up here. Oh my God, we got Coach in here. The kids are coaching. Oh, and he landed on his elbow, which is even worse than landing on your face in that spot. Well, Dax just ate it. And Cash just ate Dax. Nice. See, now technically, if they're fans, wouldn't they be kicked out at this point? Granted, there's a lawsuit pending right now from Wayne Brady because of Shane Taylor, but I digress at this point already. If you guys showed up late, Wayne Brady was in the crowd and actually got involved with Shane Taylor Promotions, or Shane Taylor himself, as part of the Infantry versus Boom and Doom match. Lexi Nair, before the match, interviewed Wayne Brady and asked him what his finishing move was, and he said it was the bitch slap. Well, that's what he did to Shane Taylor. Jesus, what a shot. Heard he got zoinked on Let's Make a Deal. Nice. Does Dax even know how to get his foot up that high? Nope, he doesn't. Sharpshooter! Oh my God, they're going for the spot. They're going into the spot. NXT Toronto. Shout out to Johnny Gargano. Or no, that would be Jason Jordan and Chad Gable. What am I thinking here? If I remember, that was American made, not DIY, correct? Well, that kick worked. And that kick worked. Don't get into a kicking contest with the Bucks. So how many canvases do you think they have tonight? We have 8 matches during the main card. Or sorry, 10 matches tonight on the main card. That was a suplex, not a brain buster, you jerk. Oh, here we go. Slingshot powerbomb. His tribute to Tully Blanchard there. They're making an exciting match. Like, this is more than I thought I'd be into it tonight. I don't know about you guys, but it's actually really exciting. Leave the blood on. Roman Gladiator style. After all, it is March 15th. That's fair. And DLW, thanks for giving the shout out there and the thank you. As I mentioned earlier, gift subs are 35% off for groups of 5 tonight. And don't worry, affiliate. Every good deed doesn't go unpunished. Oh, these two are just nailing each other back and forth here. Oh, here we go. Oh, I thought they were going to try to do the Bobby Heenan spot here. What in the hell? FTR and the Bucks are like, and that's the thing about AEW. And like I was saying earlier, you know, the WWE isms. You start slow and build yourself up. AEW is like, no, we're going to start here and we're going to stay here all night. Yeah, that hurt. Where is it? Oh my God, they got that person in the crowd. Just, oh, that hurt. Then the next one, yeah, do it more. Some of those guys in the crowd are going to start looking like Leo Rush during the Battle Royal here. This is a little bit of insane. Sorry, I just got a message came in. Some of those people look like they had a little bit of the bubbly already. Matt and Dax landed funny. That you expect that like 2 or 3 times during a match. All right, these guys are starting to go a little insane here. Slipping in a puddle of blood. Yeah. Eek. Oh my God, Stokely's alive! It's a miracle! Hometown discount on the. You get 1 free finisher kick out for being from your hometown, right? I want to see the Bucks kids go over and beat up Stoke. Ha! Of course it's Rick Knox because he knows how to screw up every pinfall in the world. At least this one's pretty obvious and nobody pulled any extra bullshit. They just kept going. Really? Don't use their own finisher. That gives them a free kick out as well. Almost like you fill your gauge in when you steal a finisher. If the Bucks adopted brother of Mark Briscoe, Buck, come on out and beat up Stoke. Maybe. Them Bucks is a bit of a tradition. Oh, he shoved Cash outside. No way. I thought it was a 3 and it was a block there. Only 2. All right, well, this is the way to start a night off. We might be here till 2 in the morning at this point on the East Coast. 3 o'clock if you're Ophelia. Oh, Cash is done. He's famous for missing a shot here and there. Oh. Stoke is dead. Stoke is dead. Going on to night shift, so you're good? Hey, attaboy. Meltzer driver. Ooh. Oh, somebody's going to get pissed. Well, we're getting a 6-star match to start off the night. The only problem is the ending. How do you get there from here? They're going to do the stuff pile driver. Nope, never mind. They're going to do more, get more bang for your buck. All right. FTR wins. You know what? When it goes off the top rope like that, thanks, Nats. I appreciate it. We're hitting new goals here every single week here. But yeah, no, this. I don't mind the finish here. We need to see something what they're going to do now. If they hit that music that we're all waiting for, this might be worth it. But what do you do with the Bucks now? I know the Bucks are on a Lesnar deal. Well, no, they're not. They're still 3-time champs. They never lost the titles. You can't say 4. Here we go. Is it what we think it is? Or is it something bigger? Even. Here we go. I think all of us wanted to see this tonight, and this is perfect. You like the new shirt, by the way? It's Cage Cope, not Cope Cage. WWE stands are crying right now. Oh. Here comes the other music, though. Come on, we got to get both musics out here. Oh, Christian's coming from behind. That's just trope number 1. Never mind. Told ya. Oh, he's got bear spray. Kill switch engage. Spear. Folks, let me remind you. AEW is traveling through Canada for 2 weeks heading into Dynasty, as well as the Dynasty pay-per-view being in Vancouver. Stoke, this is the reason why you wear dark pants. Well, Cope was filming a movie. I think they both were, actually. Biggest pop of the night. Let's go. Yeah, we already know one match for Dynasty already. I guess this match doesn't need the titles, but it doesn't mean that we can't get them for the titles. Oh no, what do we do here? Or do we end up with a three-way at the pay-per-view? That could be the retirement match, folks. Revolution 2027. Bucks versus CNC Wrestling Factory. Rogers Center. Last time I checked, Gunther wasn't the only one that got to retire legends. If you guys don't remember, it was the Bucks who ended up facing Sting and Darby in Sting's last match. So, yeah. Now we got the booking going. I love how security has to carry Stokely out. Knox is like, yeah, guys, get going here. Let's go. FTR, have you met Christian Cope? Well, after what happened there, when they got taken out, Christian and Cope, well, Cope especially, seems like it's perfect timing for this to happen. So, but once again, like as Excalibur's going through the preview of all the matches tonight, I just want to sincerely say thank you to each and every one of you for being here. There's been a momentum shift here, and a lot of people that have popped in here, said hello. We've hung out. We've done a lot of great things together, whether it be wrestling, whether it be wrestling, gaming, whichever. It's always great having you here, and I always appreciate you. It just hit me. They're doing the three-way TLC, Bucks as the Hardys and FTR as the Dudleys. Maybe. I don't think they want to do that because, respectfully, I think this is one of the biggest things that people need to remember. Like, and we were talking about this off the top of the show here. When you're talking about AEW, you're talking about a product that wants to set itself out and not have itself considered as a WWE show. Like, once again, TKO was talking about money and, how they set their gates and all that. In the opening two matches here, you had a hometown person win their championship, even though it was on the pre-show, it's streamed into the main one. You had a homegrown talent defend the TBS championship. Then you have the hometown guys getting a promo and having their family show up and showing that it's a family atmosphere for a lot of this stuff. If you're trying to show that it's a different crowd and a different setup, you know what, Nats? If it happens, I am very happy to see it either way. Oh, no, and I get where you see that. Think Tony's about to get her ass kicked? Maybe. But here's the thing. The thing I hate about this stipulation, you say everybody's banned from ringside. Well, what if... Like, what happens when they leave ringside? But you want to talk about growth? Like, let's talk about the women's division and how much growth they've had and some of their talents that have come in here. Like, we've talked a lot about Harley Cameron throughout this whole thing. Those two guys that attacked FTR will never get over. Not especially since they're rolling through Canada coming up in a few weeks, right, Vic? Just they're hitting Winnipeg April 1st. They're hitting Edmonton April 8th. They're hitting Vancouver for the pay-per-view April 12th. Yeah, no, there's nothing going to be going on there. Rock stars, well, that's exactly it. Like, the only crowd noise that's going to be louder than those two in Edmonton, personally, I think will be the fuck down Callis chants. Cope and Christian need their own horn. I'll give him one. I'll give him one for the pair. Marina looks like she's ready to fuck someone up. Tony looks like, well, they're both wearing. All right. Welcome to my complaint department 101. Both ladies wearing the same colors. I do like the getup, but the thing is, Marina's wearing a red top too, and just if you're sitting in the back row, it's a little tough to. Sometimes it's tough to catch up on stuff like that, right? No, I really do hope that complaint department, we need Shelton. Yeah, exactly. Hope the Hurt Syndicate comes back soon, but so this, if you didn't know, this is Marina's first pay-per-view match. I'm ahead? Okay. No worries, Vic. I got it on the Amazon feed. That's why I'm probably a little bit ahead, so. And yeah, I get it, one's wearing pants. I'm the guy that, you know where that big screen is on top? I'm usually the guy that's sitting right below that. That's why I've always got that thought in the back of my mind. It's not. Oh, an Orange Cassidy shout out here. And to be honest, the reason why I do it is very simple. After we're done here tonight, I'm probably going to order my tickets for Edmonton. Heard they're somewhat affordable at this point. PJC, I think, said he got floor seats for $50 or something to that effect. And for the fact that's Canadian, that's actually a big bonus. I wonder if Tony just gets completely obliterated in this match. Because there might be a possibility that's what ends up happening here is. Like, this isn't like John Cena, Brock Lesnar squash, but it's still in that relative territory, right? Wheelbarrow suplex with the legs. Tying her up into a pretzel, putting a deathlock in. Oh, and everybody's dream. Get to spank Tony for a little bit. And that's what happens when you get cocky. Things get reversed rather quickly. So if you haven't heard, Marina Shafir is going to be the first AEW contract star on a TKO event. Or not. No, I guess it'd be a Netflix event. Never mind. She's going to be on Netflix. She's been asked to be in the corner of Ronda Rousey for her big fight with Gina Carano. And they've been talking about how they've been waiting for this match for a very long time. I honestly don't know how good it's going to go. Because, like, both of them, like, how far past their prime are they? That fight's going to be, like, one shot, grip down to the ground, and there's going to be some ground and pound somewhere, and that'll be about it. It's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting. I don't even wonder if that fight's going to go through. And yeah, just for the record, everybody, ad break coming up right now. So for those watching over on the Twitch side here. Oh, God. Can we, Jay Quick, can we ban every bicycle in the city where Mayweather and Pacquiao are having that fight? Can we, like, literally ban every single bicycle? Because somebody's going to hit a punch and then they're both going to get on their bikes for 11 rounds. But yeah, look at this match here. Like, Marina's absolutely just destroying Tony. And I really don't think there's going to be much of a change. Yeah, she literally cannot get her hands up right now. Ban bikes, scooters, mopeds. Absolutely great idea. Maybe Marina's best. There's your first mistake of the match. And this comes down back to when Davis was fighting Moxley and... Well, there we go. Now we know. Now we got a point of attack here. Well, this is Marina's first singles pay-per-view match, whether it be NXT or AEW. And here's the thing about this match more than anything else. And probably the most important thing about the whole thing. Marina Shafir just wasn't given this match. She earned it for everything she's done here in AEW. And like I was talking about the beginning of the night here, talking about the improvement like in Harley Cameron, we talked about Marina Shafir. When she came in here, her style was so different than everybody else. That it almost felt awkward for her to fit in. Like, you can be different and still match up with a good style that'll produce good matches. And yeah, Death Riders and especially Moxley were so good for her. Because Moxley literally said that he sat down and he just broke it down moment by moment with her on how to improve. Like, Moxley behind the scenes has been the MVP here of AEW. And almost in front of the scenes, too. She was a worse charisma vacuum than Andrade? Yeah, because if you don't know your voice, it's not really conducive to being able to put things together, right? Best way to explain it is nobody's going to care about you if you don't care about yourself. And that's one of the big things that's very prevalent here. Rather than just trying to go through the motions with promos and such, Marina's been able to work, develop. Kick out at one. No! Still gets the two out of it. This almost feels like this feels like, in many ways, what we're going to see in our other women's match here on the main card with Tekla and Chris Statlander, 2 out of 3 falls. It's how much you're going to have to do to kill me. Oh, went for the headbutt and switched into mother's milk. Now Marina's see, that's what you do. Wow. With all due respect, folks.
What the hell is that?
Please tell me that isn't how you end the rivalry. Please don't end the rivalry that way. Because, yeah, we're going to end it with a biting of the nipple. Roddy's pissed, by the way. And Marina's like, fuck, I can't believe I lost to that. Oh, and a headbutt. Yeah, oh. Well, 1 year ago, she was in that. So is Juice. See, now if you want to start a feud, have somebody come out and boot her in the chest right now. Heard Roddy's so pissed that Tony did that, so he's not working. Wouldn't surprise me. Holy shit, let's go. Folks, she did the point. This makes sense. Rhonda and Tony? Hello? Honest, refs, get the fuck out of there. Ophelia, I get ya. So Jake Paul, Netflix work with AEW. Here's the thing, and Ronda's talked about this before. She really was pissed about how things ended in WWE with that MMA rules match that they wanted. All right, there we go. And yeah, Ronda worked in ROH, and she said she had a great time with it. Wearing a Roddy Piper shirt or jacket, I love it. Hey, you know what? It's probably a way to... I'm curious about what this with the TKO should be. Well, here's the thing. The, oh shit, we're going right into Mox and Takeshita. Oh, Jesus. The fight that Rousey and Carano are having is not in UFC. And Ronda's come out in interviews and said point blank, Dana White did not want Ronda Rousey in his promotion. Moxie's like, screw it, put me on now. Hey, you know what? You want to change the mood and the atmosphere in a hurry? Did anybody... Yeah, Jay Quick, I got to ask, does anybody have Ronda Rousey on their bingo card for this? I don't think anybody did. It's still going to be, you know what? If Rousey's around, fine. If this was a one night thing, whatever. I honestly think TK might have got a discount just so Ronda can screw TKO a little bit. Vengeance saves you a little bit of cash. So what? We've had 2 surprises tonight so far, on top of a title change. So far we've had Jack Perry win the, and I don't mean to flash by Willow retaining her championship, because that's going to be another story coming up here in a few, well, probably in an hour or so, when the women's tag titles are on the line. I don't think Triple H do a TV. They weren't going to use her for anything. But the fact that, yeah, and that's the thing. And the commentary did talk about Marina getting the sucker punch on Tony. And that's what I said right when that pinfall happened. That's why I played the sound effect. I hoping that wasn't the last thing we're getting out of that feud. Yeah, this is TK signing mogging. Yeah, maybe. How long does it happen, though? That's the thing. Hey, Takeshi's got a title anyway. NJPW TV champ. Two belts to Kesh. More of this with well, that's the thing. Like, this is why I'm not a fan of the no time limit. If they were smart, they would have done what Excalibur just said. Just make it a 60-minute now. If it ends up being a draw after 60 minutes on this pay-per-view, number one, we're going to be here till 2 in the morning. And I mean 2 in the morning Pacific time. And 60 minutes should be plenty of time to settle this out between these two guys. And you keep the rules still intact. You want to keep this as a sports title? Well, treat it like a sports title. Don't get me wrong. Give me Moxley and Takeshita 6 days a week, 2 times on Sunday on top of that. Yes, I know I butchered that famous quote from the Indies, the old school Indies. So realistically, this feud started over a screwdriver, if you think about it. So Don Callis really is a genius in creating great matches. Don't let him hear that, because, you know, that's rough on him right there. I'm just so looking forward to this match here, and just you notice I want to see if Moxley bleeds. Here's the thing. Do you think Moxley bleeds in this match? And I think the answer is no. Because I think the next match we bleed like stuffed pigs. I'm assuming next match will probably be, it's either going to be Darby, Orange, and Roddy versus the Dogs. Say no, or he's sleeping on the couch. I'll throw that one there. One of the trios matches. Well, yeah, we either get that one or the trios title. because we still have the women's title, the women's tag. We got the heavyweight title. We got lots of matches left, so buckle up, kids. We're going to be here for a little bit. We've officially hit the 1 hour mark on the actual pay-per-view itself. Oh, good old Mox. Kill at any momentum, just gouge a guy's eyes out. Oh, yeah, they're bringing up Ronda a lot now. Just back and forth with these shots. What a freaking match. Moxley being smart, getting to the outside here, taking a little breather. You knew the pace of this match would be very deliberate. It was one of the biggest things that people hated about Moxley matches when he had the world title, is the pacing of his matches, because everybody would always have this high level of pace while his match was always very slow, very methodic, very WWE-like. Oh, yeah, here we go. All the tweets getting up on the screen. Or we get Andrade Bandito. I don't know if we want to do Andrade Bandito, because that's going to be a lot of craziness. We might even get Swerve and King next. If Moxley doesn't bleed in this match, we could get Swerve and Brody next. Just because we haven't changed the mat in a while. Oh, the Brantford Bulldogs guy's there. So, McGee, you were right on target about that Habs lady there. Do the worst of the trios matches next, which is yeah. The problem is, do you do... And it's always a good problem to have, but at the same time... At the same time, with the levels that they're going to be going in these matches, I don't know what other way you do it. Like the problem for me is if you have, if you put out the dogs against, how many more surprises does Tony pull out? I think the only other thing that happens tonight is Swerve causes Hangman the title. Shafir Rousey tag team. That's what Nigel brought up. Maybe an Ospreay return. Do you really need it tonight? Because here's the thing, and this is why I think that Ospreay return needs to be special. And basically be the only one of the night. Ospreay returns. Nobody's going to give two shits about anything else that happened during the show in terms of returns. We will, because we love everything that goes on here. We enjoy all the stories. But for the majority of sake, the headlines are all going to be about Ospreay. Ronda's going to be a side comment, which isn't going to help. Bring him back for Dynasty, him versus Swerve. I think you don't bring him back until he gets into the Owen, which theoretically you could start at Double or Nothing. Because now that Double or Nothing's back in August instead of July this year, you're probably going to start it at Double or Nothing or the week after. Because this year, Forbidden Door and All In have switched spots again, back to where they normally are. And for those around the world that are wondering why All In is pushed back to August this year, it's because when you do it at Wembley, Tony Khan wants to do it on a long weekend, just like he does with Double or Nothing. He does it on the Memorial Day long weekend in the U.S. There's a bank holiday on that week, the last weekend of August, that he wants to use it there too. So, you know how everybody has to go back to work tomorrow morning. I like Sean Ross Sapp's comment. I'm going to send that out about Rousey. The TK executives are allowing Rousey to work, but not Trey Miguel for comments that have been made about different stuff. No, I'm not. Like, TK's always had him on Sunday nights, with the exception of ones during the NFL season. The only difference to that was All In last year because WWE had already booked something on the Sunday, which turned out to be Evolution at that point. So TK didn't want to get into this AEW versus WWE actual pay-per-views. So yeah, don't expect many Saturday night pay-per-views anytime soon. Outside of football season, which makes 100% sense. It's one of the very few WWE-isms that I would love to see overridden by AEW again. All right, that was a little bit of a crazy sequence here. That was a little bit of nuts, that sequence there, as always. Now Takesha's going to be working over his knees, or Takesha's knee's not going to be in the best of shape right now, so that makes a lot. It's going to play into the story, I'd almost guarantee it at this point, but. Well, Takesha's like, nope. Oh, yeah. No, I hope it's not a good one tonight, Vic. I'll be perfectly honest. I hope it's an absolute bloodbath. I hope the Dominicans win by about 30. I hope they mercy it in 3 innings. And yes, I know mercies only apply after 5, but I want the Americans to just walk away after 3. Definitely not the case. You don't know. Skeens could have a rough night. He's been getting all these tin can opponents to start. Hell, Canada even gave him a run. You're having power issues too? There's been tie right now 1. Gunner just sent one that hasn't come down yet. Jesus. No, Zodiac, to your comment there, Graceful Swan, a very high-profile MLB streamer. I was in and out of his stream today, too. And apparently he, on release of, oh, God. Stomp on the apron. Ugh. Apparently his power went out for 25 hours on the release of MLB The Show. So he was in the middle of a subathon and he just literally tapped out completely here. So I love how everybody loves Mox and Mox just shoots the bird at all of them. I'm going to actually see if I can get the updates loaded up on my phone here as we go for the WBC. All right, Mox ain't bleeding. Something's wrong here. Straight into a pile driver. Damn. Well, no, he's not going to finish unless it's a Death Rider. We all know this. Come on now. Now we're getting into the headbutts, which we know are going to be extra vicious. Yeah, people are going to ask because it's not confirmed yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a 1 month run, getting closer to the MMA fight, having her in there. But this very well could be a one night thing. But let's put it this way: if WB lives up to their standards and doesn't want to have Ronda as part of their TV, this isn't TV tonight. I feel it's a temporary part. It more than likely is. But because of Ronda's comments about Sandy Hook years ago and what happened with Trey Miguel as well as Jay Briscoe, it makes you wonder why they allow Ronda as part of it. There's the Bulldog. Never mind, we'll just throw a crossface in here too. But I almost feel that this might be a possibility of using the popularity card, which wouldn't surprise me. Disappointed, but not surprised. Oh, and Roman Anthony just homered. Personally, if we get Dominican and Venezuela again, I'd be all over that. And Takeshi said, nope, you ain't getting me down at all. Marina beat up WBD until they allowed Rousey in AEW. Can WWE wrestlers in 2K have custom theme songs? By the creation suite, not anymore. They used to. I need to get everything set up the way that I normally do before I can worry about that stuff. I do wish that they would allow us to use the actual licensed music that's actually in the game. All right, well, there's one knee. All right, we're starting to hit finishers now, so he should be... And a cutter out of nowhere. And Takeshita didn't give a shit. Jesus. Don't dislike Ronda in AEW, but I hope it is long term. That's fair. That scream from Takeshita, yeah. Takeshita was like, fuck your cutter. Yeah, I guess in a Takeshita voice, that would sound that way. No. Takeshita is someone who's very special. He is going to be a world champion in AEW eventually. We're probably a couple years away from the old guard completely being gone from AEW, I think. Or at least not in the main event scene anymore. Or in the pay-per-view scene, for that matter. Takeshita take the title from Perry. Takeshita doesn't need that title. That title is meant to be mostly used outside of AEW. It's not one that should be regularly challenged here. Omega's pretty much done. The Bucks are on a Lesnar contract. Moxley, while he's still got some good years in him, it's going to be Jesus. Moxley going at the pace that he is, he's probably got 5 years left. And I'll gladly be wrong about that. I would not mind him being around for a lot longer than that. Yeah, so you normally would have had 40 minutes left. Cope and Christian probably, we'll see, like you this year, next year, early next year. Oh, Jesus, rolled out of that. Oh, look out. Rage and fire. Can he get the cover, though? Oh, Swerve will be around for a while. That was 3. Mox is crazy, so he'll hang around until a doctor tells him he can't. Bet he has to have Ric Flair. That wouldn't surprise me. And TK would still use him because, well, he gets over. Like, as we said, like, I want some video on that. Well, granted, we are watching on video, so I understand that, but he was like, hey, John, you want to be a GM? He couldn't go with the knees. Is that going to be it now? Nope. Here we go. He might not be able to get the knee shot in, but he'll find some other way to get the pin. This is like that game where they got like an extra 4 or 5 like seriously, an extra 4 or 5 finishers loaded up. And if you guys don't know, in 2K, if you have a finisher, you can actually use your finisher to kick out. Now watch him not kick out here. Damn. Moxley's like, how am I supposed to kill this guy? I've always wanted a situation where they have a false count anywhere match. Or just a brawl that has to finish in the ring. So then they take off and they just cut to another match. And then they come back like 4 matches later to finish it. Defiant to the end. Moxley retains. You know what? This actually might be the right call. Because we know where we're headed. We know where we're headed. We're headed to Okada Takeshita eventually here, which is probably going to be... You're probably going to end up having her... having it set up at All In where it's Takeshita versus Okada. That's a money match you put in Wembley. And this could be the beginning of that story, right? Wheeler should have to have his hair bald for a certain amount of time. Because it's almost like partially grown back already. Takeshita doesn't even remember that he got that he knocked out. It all came down to that knee. All came down to that little knee. So, did this match live up to the expectations, folks? I think it did. Is it a match of the year candidate? Hard to say. Give it a little bit of time to sink in. Takeshita leaves him hanging. No, you know what you do now? You have him come shake the hand, and then you have Okada have his entrance right after this. And they go through the trios match. If you want to go through quick storylines, that's one way to get to one. Or do we get another surprise right now? I don't know if TK can keep up with all these surprises, so... Secretly, every match has a surprise. Could you imagine? Like I said, it's a lot of diminishing returns, so I don't think that'd be a very smart thing to do, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least. For fuck's sakes, we got another one? Don't tell me Wardlow. Oh my God. Jay Quick, you might get your wish here. Nope. John Cena. Yep. Here he is. You wanted your return. Here it is. Fuck. Moxley's like, whatever. And all of a sudden you hear that song and, oh, here we go. Even Garcia's like, oh, fuck. Moxley Ospreay. Where do you go from here? Ospreay's like, hi. Oh, now the ladies are happy. Well, who knocked in kayfabe? Who ended up destroying Ospreay to make him go out? It was the Death Riders. Oh my God. He hit that perfectly. Hidden blade out of nowhere. Hidden blade out of nowhere. Double kicks out of nowhere. Jesus Criminy, let's go. Somebody find Andre C. He might be having a small heart attack right now. Well, folks, I think Tony flew into everybody tonight. Tony is... You know when you got a whole bunch of artillery sitting around and you just gotta get rid of it? Where's Britt Baker? Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Literally every match, like Britt Baker shows up after the title match. So we have our new feuds that just randomly show up out of nowhere right now. And I see the comments coming up on X. Are we getting a surprise after every match? There might be a chance for that. Joe shows up at every one of these matches. That wouldn't hurt my feelings either. He wants that pop one more time. Where do you want me to start, Bray? This has been a little bit of insanity here. Jay Quick answered it perfectly there. Jack Perry won the national title in the last match of the pre-show. It spilled over the main show. FTR retained the tag titles, but Cope and Christian returned. Tony Storm beat Marina Shafir basically out of nowhere, to which Ronda Rousey came out to challenge Tony Storm. And now we just had Moxley beat Takeshita in a hell of a match. And we just had Will Ospreay come out to attack Mox. And McGee, you are bang on here. WWE can't even pipe in noise like this. Like, this... There's been a little bit of everything here tonight. Tony brought the Brinks truck, but well, I don't think the Brinks truck ever left. Ospreay's injury. Where's Jericho?
No, 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 no! No, please! No!
The greatest of right now is back. Absolutely. Does Omega show up after the Swerve match? I haven't seen whether he's on the pay-per-view tonight or not. The other pay-per-view. For us fighting game fans, it's the What the Fuck pay-per-view as the Capcom Cup. They're now charging $10 for people to watch the finals of the Capcom Cup World Championships. So, it is weird. I think the Brawling Birds maybe show up after this. Ospreay Fletcher for the belt as soon as you can. Let's run it back. I know you want to see it. Good things come to those who wait. I still think Fletcher wins the title off Ospreay. They want to get that Ospreay Omega match for Wembley so bad. And let's face it, everything is pretty much lining up for that to happen at this point. Because if Hangman loses, he gets put to the side right now. Next show, you can either do Swerve if he beats... I'm actually really surprised. I take care of... Divine Dominion. Holy... Why do those logos look like mine? Shout out to the cameraman who actually bows down during the entrance. You gotta love TK and his alliterations. Divine Dominion. Megan Bain, Lena Cross. I also wonder what we're going to get out of this. I think it looks bigger because it's red. Because gold usually blends in with the bright lights. I feel bad for these ladies, all four of them. Is this where Willow loses one? A lot of us are thinking that. We were talking about this during the pre-show, during the TBS title match. And it would make a lot of sense to have the Babes lose it. And I still think that Harley and the Inspiration are going to be working together soon, but... So now they're going to work Harley over? Like, okay, that makes a little sense, but... Jesus, Megan! Someone find a women's debut tag team? This is where you get the Brawling Birds come out. I don't think you're going to get much of a... If you're going to get anything... Nats, you're not going to believe what you missed here, friend. Mox wins the match after a bulldog choke, and they did the handshake spot after. Immediately followed by a Hulk-type vignette and the return of Mr. William Ospreay, who immediately came out to destroy the Death Riders piece by piece. So yeah, 3 matches... 3 returns. You missed Willie. And Willie's looking good. I was waiting for that. And yeah, Jay Quick, I know you called it, so. Thank you for the hydrate, Mr. Zodiac. Harley's getting the chance to show off tonight now with this match, so. I didn't think it'd be during that. Yeah. You thought it would be during the main event, which makes sense. And honestly, having Moxley at this point, 236,000, you're using him up in a hurry here. And the feed just went down. Still waiting on the collision. Cowboy King Switchblade Jay White. Folks, did your guys' feed go down? Every flipping time, yeah. All right, we're back. I'm glad, McGee, you're in the same one. This reminds me last night of during our show. I think, by the way, ads are coming up right now for Twitch side. Sorry about that. If you don't want to sub, if you don't want to pick up Twitch Turbo or you don't want to deal with the ads, consider subscribing. So, searching social for the will return. AEW is not good at getting the clips out like that. Give it time, Jay could show up and keep up with the surprises, maybe. Like literally, we could have a surprise every match here, which would be the complete Damn It D'Lo special. Oh God, Super Collider. Looks like they were just literally clinking glasses when they threw those two ladies backwards. Give it time, even D'Lo will show up. Jay Quick, I appreciate the thought, but unfortunately, I know he won't. Lena tried it. Oh, same way we finished the first match. Could you imagine they finished both matches the same way? All right, that's it. We're done. Harley's out of the ring, half dead. I love Megan. What did you think was going to happen? Somewhere Tony is yelling at the next people for a surprise get the gorilla. So far we've had two new champions. This makes a lot of sense, like I said. It's a face winning a title. It's a heel winning a title. We had a heel retaining a title in the FTR, and then I don't know what you want to call Mox, depending on the situation. Technically, that was a heel-heel match if you go down to the purest sense. Yeah, he's just Mox. No surprise. Maybe that's the big surprise. We don't have a surprise. I honestly feel it's going to be the Brawling Birds going to be the next challengers. So we already know where that's going. So, all right, this is about to be a little bit insane here. Tony was like, no expecting it, no surprise now. You're expecting it, so no surprise for you. I have to say, like, based on everything that happened in the first match, I'm like, and Zodiac, you make a great point here that those titles were supposed to switch during the Penelope match. They needed an extra little bit of time to fix up what they need to set up. And now that the titles are switched, now they can get back on course here. Hopefully Penelope gets back pretty soon. I would love to see her get back. But it's also, what do we do now? Like, Willow's probably going to march out on her own. Is he coming out in the Static Shock gear? No. What the? Kids, when you're a little more socially acceptable than me, could you let me know what's going on here? Candyman? All right. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't watch scary movies, so that probably makes a lot of sense here. See, Nigel is so heartbroken that Harley and Willow lost the titles that Nigel has to go backstage and take care of them right now. The Bees gave it away? Okay. This is going to be in the hook. Okay. I appreciate you guys letting me know about that because I wouldn't have had a clue. And Brody getting the shot at home here. Nigel's going to ask Tony who's the next surprise. The hook could just be a Seattle thing too. Okay, who shows up after this? Who knows? I still say that Brody wins this match and Swerve comes out and attacks Hangman in the death match tonight. That's the way I would book it. Because you want to get Swerve his heat back real quick. That's the way to do it. Now that Hangman can no longer challenge for the championship. Yeah, they're trying to get that chant in, but unfortunately, they can't coordinate in such a big arena. I say Swerve wins, Omega challenges Swerve at Dynasty. That's fair. This is going to be a fight, yeah. Thing is, this is supposed to be like a normal match, right? Oh, I don't care about a hair pull. Let's just go. Makes a lot of sense as we go along here. There's nothing normal in a Swerve match. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. And a house call out of nowhere. That's the biggest problem. Both these guys are absolute terrorists at each other. But Swerve just moves that much faster. Like, don't get me wrong, Brody does a lot of things that you wouldn't expect. Oh, God. Oh, here we go. Now we get into the ultra violence. Could Buddy return if he's healthy? Maybe. Drove his throat right into there. Damn. Nana is such in his environment right now. If you guys haven't had an opportunity to check out the old ROH archives and watching Prince Nana as a heel manager, hell, he was even a great wrestler back then. Do yourself a favor and go check out some of the archives. At least you got a little. Oh, God. I thought he was going to send him to the floor. No, that's even worse. Damn. Number one in violence. I love the sign. So after this, we still got 2 trios matches. Like, hell, I gotta take a look at this. We got a ton of matches still lined up. We're just about to hit the halfway mark of the show. Bandito Andrade, trios title, Tornado trios match, women's title, men's title. So we're pretty close to on time here right now. This finishes the next 10 minutes. We are like, it's 5 and 5 broken up. I'm assuming the tornado match isn't going to take as long as a lot of them. Shivani's so not used to being in a venue this big anymore. No, you could tell that people need a little bit of a breather after the title match. Like, you know how you have it's over the top. You have that level so high, and then all of a sudden you just need a little bit of a breather. It almost feels like they're going with this right now. Do you blame them for wanting to throw haymakers at each other? Checking the wrist and elbow. If you flip your arm like that, you're going to break somebody's elbow if you try. It's always like stall the next surprise is stuck in traffic. It's unique that they're actually using this, using the. Oh, God. How many spots can they use the post for? It's just stretching his back like a pretzel there. Damn. This crowd just needed a little breather. Now it looks like it's picked up again. And it looks like Swerve just needed a little breather so he could get back up again. Good of Brody to leave him a chair there. Damn! Yeah, yeah, these guys are just laying it out here, and this also is going to be a very as we're watching the trios, the tornado tag coming up here with Roddy Orange and Darby versus the Dogs. This match here is ultra violent, but it's paced ultra violence. In that trios match, it is going to be just a car crash, all like nonstop, constant craziness, right? Okay, that didn't work a whole lot. Oh, shit. I thought he was going to powerbomb him to the floor. That might have killed a man. That was a little nuts. That was a little nuts. Well, Swerve, he's built up a lot of strength when he had that time off, right? So this whole show has been, it's been nuts for different reasons. Like, if we take all the excitement out of it, in terms of results, I think we're pretty close to where we expected them. Did we want them all that way? Maybe not, but expecting them that way just makes a lot of sense. Oh my God, he's putting his eye right in that bolt. Curb stomp into the bolt. And Brody's like, nope. I think Brody would have been unconscious, bleeding, and probably needing to head to the hospital. What the hell are they doing now? Somewhere WWE sees the surprise of Triple H, like, damn, bring me the phone, I need Austin. I don't know if they're really doing that. They got their own problems to worry about. Even though TKO is telling them to work with a lot more influencers right now. That's why you saw Jelly Roll this week. The frick? Brody is not a crossbody guy, folks. But I'll take it. Oh, this is where he gets hurt. They should start by having more 5 matches on a pay-per-view. All right, Swerve's dead. Swerve is dead. Oh, I thought he had him there. Just absolutely amazing there. So do you like your swerve scrambled or over easy? What did Nana try to give him? Brody going for that sleeper on the ropes. See, if I'm Swerve, I'm literally letting loose. So he thinks I'm already out. Nana, stay out of the way. Yeah. Never see oh god, Gonzo bomb on the floor. Yeah, as soon as he took too much time, he sort of, yeah. No! Yeah, that'll be a count out. Either it's a count out or it's a stomp as soon as he gets back in the ring, one or the other. No, this is, hey, Swerve did this against, did it against Omega, so there is precedent here. And here it comes. Swerve stomp. My God, those eyes on Swerve there. He need a house call. Fortunately, the pills didn't work. There it goes. Swerve called, house call the back of the head. That'll be it. I don't mind that finish. The fact that he had to make sure he set it up for the back of the head instead of the front of the head. Well, he doesn't know it's coming. Well, in a sense, he doesn't know it's coming. It just makes it that much easier. So what are they getting now? Like there's some kind of oh shit. Well, Brody's going to go for a little siesta for a while. Stephon Smith just bails. I don't blame him one bit. Either you get Kenny Omega's music or somebody else, probably. There it is. Literally got off the plane from Capcom Cup. Because I'm pretty sure that's the Capcom jersey that he was wearing in Tokyo when he wasn't cosplaying as Alex. If you guys didn't see the photos, Kenny Omega was actually dressed up as Alex from Street Fighter and playing games with a lot of the people there. Tony's like, we now continue to our regularly scheduled surprises. So the only surprise, the only match without a surprise, wasn't everyone saying there's no way? Here's the thing, Affiliate. He was actually contracted to be in Tokyo for the Capcom World Cup for Street Fighter from Wednesday to Sunday, and that was booked. So that's why they were saying he wasn't scheduled to be back. What they obviously did is, well, frankly, today, I believe it's today and yesterday, was the team championship rather than the singles. The singles was done on Friday. So probably after the singles was done, Kenny's like, yeah, thanks, see you later. But yeah, so that's probably what happened. You don't count it as a surprise? The fact that he wasn't around for a month, I give it a 0.5 surprise. Sort of one of those in the middle. I guess that's the best drama that we got for the night here. But so yeah, we're probably looking at that at Dynasty now. And here comes Stat Daddy. I know who I'm cheering for. I still don't feel she's probably going to... She might win one fall. All-time women's win leader with 118. Britt shows up after this. She does. I'm... If you guys watch the intro to the show, you'll see my last reaction when Britt showed up. Shout out to Zodiac for being there when I was there with it. By the way, we're hitting an ad break right now. But yeah, if she shows up again, I'd be ecstatic. I'd love it, but this promo's 10 times better because it's in German. Okay. I don't think you have tech lose. I still think it probably goes 2-1. You have it go 2 straight for Tekla. You send a statement. I love how they set up the pyro to go off on certain areas. Oh, and by the way, final thing on Kenny Omega, and I know I'm doing a plug here while I'm mentioning it here. Coming up this Tuesday, Kenny Omega, aka, is going to be in Street Fighter 6. He did the motion capture for the character known as Alex that's being released. So on Tuesday on stream, we're actually going to be playing Street Fighter 6. We're going to get to see how many different wrestling moves are in there, or how many of Kenny's moves are in there. I know one of Willow's is in there. Okada has one. Like, there is a non-stop roster of AEW stars that have their moves in Alex, which Kenny Omega did the mocap for, and just, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you're following here to know exactly when I'm going online. It should be a morning. It's probably going to be an afternoon stream for that. I was thinking morning, maybe afternoon. Trying to get a little bit more streams done during the day. I might even do a double stream on Tuesday. We'll see. While I'm on holidays, I like to get as much in as I can, so. This is going to be interesting. But here's the weird thing about this, folks. We're getting trios matches back to back here now. Like if we go through this card, well, oh no, we still got the Bandito Andrade match as well. So we have 2 trios match. Oh geez, we were falling behind. My bad. We got 2 trios matches. We got oh god. Statlander just went to Tekla and said, nope, you ain't going to do any of that little stuff to me. We got the 2 trios matches. We got Andrade Bandito. And we got the world title match. Yeah, we're running late tonight. I'll almost guarantee that at this point. This match might go 20. I hope it does. It's one thing that I just hate, the fact that the women's matches don't get enough time. I'm still trying to figure out whether that's a WB decision or is that a AEW decision. The more I think of it and the more I think of the way they act, it feels more and more like a WB decision. But I love the multicolored gear that Tekla has tonight. She's gone with a lot of toxic stuff. Nice little push off there. If Stat wins, then I have to wonder why Tekla got the belt. Could be the pop. Also the fact that you want to establish... You can also say Statlander's what, a 3-time champion then? Could honestly see this going either way. Yeah, like, here's the thing. As long as it's not a 2-0, you have a scapegoat here to get into another match, right? Like, you can literally move into another... It's sort of like with Shafir and Storm. The way it finished, you could still open yourself up to another match. Especially with what happened after, but... Amount of championships is overrated. Give me ring length. I'm glad you specifically said reign length, sir. Nice way to get out of it. Oh, God, here we go. The one thing I hate the most about 2 out of 3 matches... How did I know that was coming? Thank you for the hydrate, sir. After this match, I will have to go reload here, so... Usually we can go through 2 thermoses in a day, so... Oh, here comes the belt. There's your mic. Yeah. Like the ring could be pointless as well. Roman's... Actually, that would be really smart. And she did the cheating thing to get the first fall. Even though Statlander pretty much could have grabbed the rope herself. This is not doing anything for Tekla, in my opinion. If she goes too straight with two cheap falls like that, that's going to be one of, like, you could tell this crowd is just dead quiet right now. All right, that picked it up in a hurry. Now Statlander's pissed. Oh, State's still holding on to a 2-0 lead here. Oh, nice. Well, that's a great way to break someone's back. Just jump on it like that, right? But yeah, like if Tekla ends up winning two straight out of this, even if it is a cheap one, I think you do get a little bit of a bonus out of it. The way the first fall ended, I think it does do a lot to wreck Statlander if she ends up losing two straight. But with Tekla, what she did earlier really doesn't matter at that point. But no, they're broken count. I would love these guys to go to a 20 count just for the hell of it, so the referees can not sound like they're trying to figure out special math before they're trying to do counts for somebody outside the ring. Feel like Tekla and Willow should swap belts. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I do think Willow might be actually the person to take it off Tekla, to be honest. Because that very well could be our all-in match, to be honest. Giving Willow the opportunity to win the title. Tekla feels perfect as TBS champ. And Willow would be a perfect women's champ. Yeah, fair. Surprised Tekla didn't grab the rope on that one there. All right, here we go. And Statlander just said, nope, we ain't dealing with this today. Oh God, here we go. She going for a DVD from the top? Tekla wrestles like she's trying to let you know the rumors about German porn are true. Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah. I don't want to get any further than that on that, but. That's got to be so rough to be up on that top rope like that. One little imbalance and you're crashing down. You notice how Statlander had to get down on her knees for her to do that? It's just a nice little thing that both ladies had to do there. Statlander said, nope, we ain't dealing with that. This is the women's highest belt, and the crowd just isn't helping. No, the thing is, like, this is the victim of too many matches in many ways. But moves like that are going to help a little bit. Like, think about it. Right after Ospreay shows up, they have to use... they had the tag match out right after Ospreay shows up. Well, there goes your jaw. Like, normally they do it into the post, but that one just straight into the jaw. Here's the other part about this. I think almost all of us believe that Statlander is probably not gonna win this one. When it comes to the Babes of Wrath versus the Divine Dominion there, it almost felt like we knew that there was going to be a title change there. And Tekla's like, this goes back down to the story of Tekla, you got to be scared of what you got to do to not keep me down permanently. And that first fall just completely eroded it. Oh, that was a slap. And now the Black Widow from the Toxic Spider. Shout out to AJ Lee here. And there's a reversal. All right, tied at 1. And this crowd just has no energy for this. They should, but they don't. Beautiful reversal into a pin there. Either way, the result isn't the best. If Stat wins, then why bother Tekla even having the belt? If Tekla wins, then it felt built and a bit rushed and makes Stat look a bit weak unless the match is fantastic. So far, it's been good. Absolutely, it's been good so far. Watch it be a disqualification so the title doesn't change hands.
What the hell is that?
All right, here we go. Shenanigans. Shenanigans. She's going to have Statlander. The ref's going to wake up with Statlander in the belt. This is going to be such a fucking dusty finish. It's not going to be funny. Okay, do we get a ref in here? Please don't have this happen in the main event. And she eats a spear here. Here's the spear. Yep. Shenanigans. Worst spear in wrestling. Folks, what I'd like to be a little bit more excited about that finish, but with so many great clean finishes all night here, cue up somebody's music, yeah. This just oh, she got and the sisters are like, no, this is over. Don't bother. An A match. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry, facts. Sorry, folks. Folks. Fix. It just doesn't feel like. I want to feel more for that match. It just. There's just nothing there. It just doesn't, doesn't jive at that point. All right. I'm going to go grab some drinks. I'll be back in like a minute here, folks. So I won't change the screen over. I'll leave the mic live. Could have had that on Dynamite, absolutely. I think there's no doubt that we could have just had that as that was a Dynamite match. Be right back. Good enough to listen to Don Callis for an extra second here. You got to imagine that somebody watching AEW for the first time. Oh, this is cute. All three of them wearing masks. They need to make Tekla get heat. She's charismatic, but I don't hate her at all. You know, that's one of the biggest problems right now is the fact that everyone loves Tekla. Oh, and just found out Triller's down. That's why I don't use Triller anymore. Also, the fact that they couldn't strike a deal with AEW for like 5 months to have the show on their system, so. But yeah, in terms of that women's match, like I have a full respect of everybody that goes into the ring, but just nobody cared. And in a way, it also makes it harder for everybody who's going to be following it to actually pick things back up. Not that I think there's going to be any doubt with the fact that you got Mr. Automatic 5 Stars here with the former Automatic 5 Stars, Aussie Open and Mr. Okada. By the way, we got an ad break coming up here. And Kevin Knight's always had the ability to go crazy. If Proto Okada or Aussie Open and Okada, whichever way you want to call it, ends up getting what's with the bomber jackets here? I want one of those. If I could get one my size, I would greatly appreciate it. That match suffered for being after Swerve with Omega. Yeah, and that's the same thing with the women's tag match. You just had Ospreay show up. And like that is the biggest, like Tony's never been great at booking order for his cards. Oh, they're Don Callis family jackets. Okay, never mind. But here, in terms of booking, there's another. Yeah. Well, think about this too, Jay. Quick, we also have that tornado trios yet tonight with Darby and the Dogs. I don't even need to mention Orange and Roddy here. We are going to have a little bit of a cluster all the way across. This will be fun. This will be cute. Here's the other question I have. If by some chance, if by some crazy chance that Mystico and Jet Speed win the championships tonight, you can tell that it was a bit of a panic booking by Tony Khan to get the titles off of the Ops that night that was the last night of Powerhouse Hobbs before he signed with WWE. Was he just looking for somebody to put in with this team? Because let's face it, Horsecock didn't exactly have the real thought about being together. Like, it really didn't make a lot of sense. They made it look a lot better than a lot of people expected, but Mystico and Okada, if you guys don't remember, these two are part of an absolutely amazing triple threat match last year with Takeshita as the third man in it. I do like the masks, though. I'd like them for their be on sale, so. That was a bit of a little too much of a jiggle when he was trying to pick him up for that slam, to be honest. Kevin Knight trying to get up Mark Davis, and it. Oh my God! I was going to say that's going to be the story of the match, but they didn't even play it out. They just, all right, Kevin Knight showing off here. Look at Fletcher. It's the devil in the details that I absolutely enjoy there. Fletcher going after Knight, just missing him before he goes over the top there. And by the way, if you haven't seen it, Kyle Fletcher does have his own YouTube channel now where he does a lot of day in the life stuff on it. Kyle Fletcher Pro is the name of the channel. We're back to Okada and Mystico, which I got a feeling if Mystico's in the ring, that might be the common denominator for the most part. Because these two do have a little bit of familiarity with each other. You look through the ropes and realize, oh shit, I'm not going over. I guess I got to go through. Well, at least the two legal guys didn't get knocked over. By the way, I love the new tights on Davis. It's Dangerous Mark Davis now. Yeah, because it was Davis and Mystico last night, right? No, it was Davis and Commander. My bad. Sorry. Davis just ripping faces off, literally here. Very interesting kind of pin there. Hate to say this, but I'll say it. The show is better. You know what? People like wrestling for different reasons. People like different. Oh, he's throwing a Danielson. You know what? We'll see what happens. I don't want to disparage anything about a show that hasn't happened yet, Nats. More than likely, you're right, but I do my best not to have any preconceived notions here at that point. Yeah, that too. That's the other part. Small shop, but I'm really looking forward to Roman and Punk. Yeah. I want to see what they're going to do for a card before I worry about what's. We are going to be here for Collision, whether it's on Saturday or Thursday. I hope they move it to Thursday for Mania Week. Just to literally get it out of the way. There's nobody in their right mind. Honestly, I do think Collision in many ways could be. Oh, God. Yeah, they don't care. They've done it before, Nats. Finally, they're acknowledging Aussie Open here. I think they acknowledged it once before, and that's about it. But no, when it comes to AEW, they're not worried about exactly where everybody else is, but this show had. We were having a little bit of doubts on a couple things here, but that last match just. The crowd just didn't seem to want to be in it. Mystico literally just showing up why he's one of the best luchadors in the world. Hey, Fletcher, how do you like that kick? You give it to everybody else. It took a little fighting to get there, but this guy is from Street Fighter. We're giving anybody a contract now. The tweet I saw on Twitter. Oh, that deserves a horn. You know what? It's funny. Technically, if you think about it, Nats, AEW has currently somebody signed under contract who was in Street Fighter 6 and Mortal Kombat 11. If you really want to get technical about it right now. So they're not playing sides. They're going for all of them. And Dead or Alive. It's either Dead or Alive or Tekken. I think it's Dead or Alive where Okada's a character in it. We also have Samoa Joe as part of the Yakuza games. Not to mention Happy Gilmore and Iron Claw. That's fair. Like, it's so funny. And we also got to remember that Cope and Christian were off to film movies, too. That we don't know exactly which ones they were. Like, as much as people don't want to admit it anymore, wrestling is a lot more popular than it ever has been. Sorry about that, chat. It isn't long. I don't know what keeps doing it. I'm gonna have to keep playing with a few settings and whatnot, but I'm just glad that's only the second time. Thought he rage quit. No, we've been having a problem with OBS just randomly disconnecting for the last couple weeks here. Melda was happening like every half hour, but now that I've gone back to OBS, it has actually cut back a fair bit. OBS is not over? No. Well, Bailey tried to pose with his foot and ends up eating a foot because of it. Two reversals into crossbody. And Davis just said nope. Need flaming tables in the main. No, you don't. I almost wonder if it's not going to be a lot of. It's not going to be as big as people think it's going to be. Fletcher, the look on Fletcher's face after he got hit with that DDT, the fact he didn't fall down right away. All right, a little bit of a quiet point in the match here as we get set up here for the finish. I think it's going to be bigger Hanger Championship aspirations. We'll never compete for this again. It'll be Carnage. I think there'll be Carnage, but you also got to remember MJF's involved, so Okada got to be careful because what he did there just ruined Jake Doyle. Oh, God. That ended up being a code red instead of a Canadian Destroyer. Good call by Excalibur there. You know what makes Fletcher special? He can sell. What else thing MJF done? Memory dog call. Yeah. Like, he's had that match with Punk, and I know he's going to have a good... Like, this is going to be a good match. I wonder what kind of level of violence they're going to go to here with MJF involved. Oh, here we go. Are we actually going to get this? No, you're not. You're not crazy for thinking that, Nats. Any team can beat any team in this game. Yeah, well, when it comes to speedball, a lot of stuff like everything that happens in this match is just simply gorgeous for the most part with these six. All right, Davis, we see you. And Davis just going to try and hit this quick pile driver here. Oh, God. His hair attitudes toward wife and moves are gorgeous, yeah. And Mystico's sitting right there, so we know that ain't going to finish it. Like, let's face it, this title reign here is to put Davis over more than anything else. Oh, you talking about Bailey? Yeah. He's actually critiqued some of my matches before that I've edited, so. Yeah, some of our clandestine matches, he's actually gone on and talked about structure of the match and whatnot, so. Okada with a save. Everybody knows we have 3 more matches after this, and they're trying to pace themselves for the last hour. Uh, oh, God. Fletcher getting all the way up there. Flying armbar. He's not legal. Oh, look at this. Look at this. All the way over. And that's how you get the titles off of them. That's how you get over with a crowd while getting the titles off somebody you need them off of. That's 2/3 way across the ring. I say 2/3. He says 3/4. I think we know who's right here. So what do you call this? Mexican Airlines? Shivani popping at the triple or the well, like, what do you call them? I don't know. Oh, and there's the other. Oh, shit. The graphic right in the middle of the arena. He's officially signed the 2-way contract. Good for him. He has been waiting forever to get that North American contract. He's got that dual contract. Missed the balls. There we go. Winner. I love this moment. And essentially, outside of going to Mexico, this is about as hometown as you're going to get. But yeah, Mystico getting that dual contract the same way Persephone has one. What a moment. Ah, yes, sorry, I correct myself there. North American contracted wrestler. He's been waiting to get his contract back in the States forever. Because the story behind that is actually, it's interesting, if I do remember. Let me double check. I don't want to screw up my words here. Yeah, that's what I thought. This, if you guys don't know the story behind this, so Mystico was formerly known as Sin Cara in WWE in the early 2010s. And he came into a lot of fanfare, a lot of hype. But the problem is, WWE wanted him to wrestle the WWE style, right? There's like a certain way that you do things in the ring. And he did he tried to do a lot of great things there, but it just wasn't clicking because, well, he's a Mexican wrestler trying to do a United States style, and it just didn't work out. He ended up getting released, had to run through the indie circuit, went back to CMLL, which he is a god down there. But he's always wanted to get that big money deal back in the States because, let's face it, CMLL can offer money, but Tony Khan is like, here comes the money. Don't think of that guy. But now the fact that he gets to come back, and the biggest thing about AEW in terms of style, we talked about the presentation before, like to separate the two. If you're talking about WWE, they have one style of type of match that they want you to go through, and for the most part, it works out great. AEW is a way that you can put a match like this, like different matches with different styles, and no, they're not going to be the prettiest matches all the time. But they're going to showcase the best athletes showing off their best skills, and they're going to make it work because these are some of the best professionals in the world. And the fact that, like, the fact we're getting Mystico signed, we got Andrade back here, we got Bandito, who many could say was the best wrestler on planet Earth last year. The other people are going to say Mystico was. Like, if you didn't think AEW was stacked, they're stacked. Like, like, think about this. We randomly got Andrade El Idolo versus Kenny Omega on a Wednesday night with 4 days' notice. To be honest, I would normally say that's about as dumb as having Hulk Hogan and the Giant being booked for the Atlanta Falcons Stadium with 3 days' notice. If you got, I will say, when this happens, if it happens during an ad break, it's not the worst thing in the world. But this is twice now in the last, more tickering to do. And it's only happened the last couple weeks, so I don't know what's going on. They actually brought up Super Dragon, and the fact I didn't realize Excalibur was a co-founder of PWG. I knew he was always the play-by-play guy, but I never realized he was a co-founder. This is, in many ways, another dream match right here. Oh, great. Callis again. I love Callis's reaction. You got to admit, Andrade is over like Rover. And he's been on one of those tears that, and we talked about this on Wednesday, that it's actually pretty amazing how Andrade, both Andrade and Charlotte, since breaking up, both their careers have just skyrocketed. I don't think it's necessarily directly related to that, but at the same time, when you have less obstacles in your way, sorry, just getting a couple notifications up here. Deal with those later, but they sold out the damn building. I'm surprised he's not completely naked at this point. Happy Andrade and Bandito dated all those that celebrate. Nice. I love some of these posts that come up like this. As much as people say this is going to steal the show, the only reason I don't think it will is because how much time they're going to get. I say you don't get more than 15 minutes on this. Because we still have that tornado tag trios and then the death match, which is a very interesting order to put those two in. The only reason I say it's actually rather interesting is the fact that you could have Darby and the Dogs. They could literally rip the ring apart, and they'll still do the Texas Death Match with everything ripped apart the way that it could be, right? I wonder if anybody wants to bring up the fact that Andrade, until he got signed to NXT, he wore a mask throughout his career. His pants won't rip. Oh, God, that was going to be such a glorious spot, and it got completely... Oh, watch it. Bandito will rip those pants off. Oh, Mega Man Star Force and Battle Network series collaborating with Street Fighter starting on Tuesday with the Omega release, aka the Alex release. You know, Bandito just... It's so funny over this last year. Like, we always knew he was one of the best wrestlers in the world. And in many ways, like we were talking about Bandito Wrestler of the Year. Talk about Kyle Fletcher being Wrestler of the Year. Talk about Mystico being Wrestler of the Year. Like, the only thing that was missing from Bandito in many ways was personality. These last 6 months, he's really worked on developing that, being a lot more relatable, and oh God. That's Bandito after he tried that attempted Hurricanrana, and Andrade just said nope. Now they got the chant down better. I like this. Andrade found himself before he was just good in the ring. Yeah, like, it's so funny because, like Zodiac, you were mentioning, the two people that have the personality of a wet paper bag being Marina Shafir and Andrade, just even a year ago, ended up basically turning things around completely right now. So shout out to both of them for all the hard work they did. Oh God, the belt's off. You're here for a good time, not a long time. Well, neither are Andrade's pants, apparently. "52% of this crowd is going nuts." You got to admit, Andrade is in absolutely phenomenal shape. Oh, we found the plant. I love how Callis is like, after the last, now for the last few weeks, he's been getting these pictures for nothing. As soon as Callis starts seeing it, he's like, the rule is $20. Frickin' carny. Like, Bandito must have been shot there for all the time that he had to waste on the outside there. Danielson, well, the way he puts it just makes it sound so funny. Yeah, he's just sitting there taking his pants off and... Holy shit, the States did it. Congratulations to the U.S. for making it to the final. It's going to make the tournament look like a joke, actually, if Italy wins and then the U.S. stomps them in the final. Because the only reason that draw ended up the way that it did is because DeRosa forgot that they could actually lose the round robin. So he put the B line in for the fourth game and then when they got stomped, there was a chance they could have lost out. Oh, hey, we did what we should of the sport we created. Fair enough.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
And I'm not saying that just because the U.S. beat Canada in sled hockey today, too. If you didn't hear about that. With one of the best posters ever before. The seeded rivalry. Normally we don't talk about people taking off pants to cause emotional damage. Yeah, fair enough.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, you got it. You definitely got it there, Iceman. That is emotional damage, to say the least. What is Callis doing? Yeah, I got the notification on my phone. That's why I knew about it, Nats. Oh, I was just talking about it here. It's going to be an interesting game tomorrow, too, with Venezuela and Italy. That goes for emotional Olympic hockey, too. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, this has been so much fun tonight, and it's been so much fun hanging out with all of you as we get closer to the midnight hour over on the East Coast. I know, Ophelia, you're already after midnight, apparently, so... I wonder how much overtime they're really going to go here. Arepas versus pizza. Let's go. 12:07 a.m. Yeah. I'm at 9:07 right now. Andrade is a ring tech. Here's the thing. Andrade, to me, there's a guy that reminds me of... the guy that reminds me of Andrade really the most is a man named Shinsuke Nakamura. When motivated... can be one of the best wrestlers on earth, period. Shinsuke's got that same ability. But there's just one small problem. The first two words there. Once again, I have to talk about when motivated. Yes. The problem is Andrade doesn't get motivated, Shinsuke doesn't get motivated, and when they don't, their matches are shit. Or the promos are shit. Has Willie and Andrade ever fought? Probably under a mask, because I know when Ospreay did his excursion down to the U.S., he did spend some time in Mexico as well, so there might have been a possibility they crossed paths, but I couldn't tell you for sure. I'll guarantee you, since he became Andrade, no, that hasn't happened. Oh, look out, what do we got here? Too long on the frog splash. I don't think it would ever happen on Noah. And Rev Pro, well, Andrade was never over in Rev Pro until like Ospreay wouldn't even been close to being on Rev Pro at the time that Andrade was still released. These guys are going to fight for the three amigos from each other for... See what I mean? Here's one. These guys are going to fight to see who can get the third suplex in. And there it is. Favorite match so far? I don't blame you. This has been a very competitive match between two people that really just, they don't have anything on the line. I'm a little surprised that Bandito didn't put the title up, but at the same time, you want to keep those Ring of Honor pay-per-views special, right? And if you haven't heard, they did book another ROH taping for next Sunday in Jacksonville. He actually hit it this time. If it's three Germans, is it three Argentinian amigos? I'm glad you went there and not me. I'm just very happy you went there and not me. Callis putting over Bandito? I'm actually surprised. Oh. See, that's a body oil issue there, right? Yeah, I do believe this is Mexico versus Mexico. No, that ain't happening. Smart move. Very, very smart move. With the sweep of the leg there, take it down to the floor. No way. Damn it. Bandito is an icon, yeah. Well, Andrade isn't that shorty. Wait, are we getting a second one here? I love how Callis is going off over this. All right, well, we'll check out social media to see who these wrestlers are. Callis is just jealous because Andrade's gotten more women in one night than Callis probably has in the last 30 years. I love that. Yeah. All right, fine. But I am automatically throwing this in there. Just for that. And one of these two. I love these new sounds that the new Stream Deck gave me. I'm going to have to go through and, like I said, I got to add some more here. I got a feeling that she's a plan. It's fine. Yeah, well, still. Thank you on the hydrate, sir. Should have a chat hydrate, but for now, let's get some Fiji. Get some Fiji water. Oh my God. You notice how Bandito knew he was going over, so he's like, fuck it, we gotta do it now. You notice that he was about to go over, and he's like, well, I'm supposed to hold this, but I ain't holding it for that long. This crowd's holding its breath because they know they're going to see something else crazy coming up here soon. I love the fact that they're showing all women right now. Gee, I wonder. It's so stereotypical, just like, you know, there are a ton of wrestling fans that are female. Come on. You know, you got to show some more of the... I guess the guys aren't showing that much for enthusiasm tonight. I don't know if good ring awareness is a good thing when it comes to... Jesus! That's about as close to a knockout shot as I've seen. No, that wasn't Alex. I don't think so. No, I saw the two people there. I didn't think it was Alex, that's all. Please, by all means. I know she's there. Don't get me wrong. Jesus! Wow. Wow. Bandito's like, well, fuck it. If you ain't going to stand up, I'll just grab you. I know why. I think we all know why. He's going for one more 21 plex. And yep. Jesus H. Christ, that spinning back fist. Wow! Is that what you call a flag DM? Wow, that was a finish. That was a finish. You're welcome, Nats. You may be smart enough to win the tag titles, but this match, my God. Like this match, like you said, this will steal the show. And to be honest, this is the last real Honestly, it's the last real wrestling match of the night. You were stuck. You were only stuck for a minute. Art's the one that got stuck for like an hour, so. Andrade casually busting out another match of the year. Yeah, exactly. Like, but yeah, here's the thing. I want to see Andrade and Fletcher in some sense. Because let's face it, that match will feed families for years. That I bid you adieu. Have a great. All right, you have yourself a great night, Nats. We got 2 more matches on the card to check out here tonight. We're probably going to go about 15 minutes over, I'm guessing, at this point, because that main event's going to be half an hour, and this one's got to be at least 10 minutes. And by the time they do intros, hey, look, it's Disco Inferno. Watch the rest tomorrow on lunch break. Hey, as long as you enjoy violence. I hope that was just a camera, not a cameraman. Keep saying about going over. Is there a time? So when it comes to pay-per-views, I don't know if this has changed now with the new Amazon and like all the streaming services. The typical block was always 4 hours. I do know that there are certain companies that charge extra when you go over 4. Like when you go over 4 o'clock, like 4 hours, like it's an extra. I know for the Sting show, I do believe they paid an extra $10,000 or something. Yeah, Vic, absolute. Wait, Ophelia, you got an ad? What is that bullshit? Forgive me, chat, as I load things up here. Yeah, there is no damn reason in the world why you should be getting.
Now you will experience the full.
Yes, I know that's me, but that's okay.
The dark side.
But yeah, there is no damn reason. You're gifting 5 subs. No. You're gifted 5 subs and you're having to wait through a commercial break? Fuck that bullshit. Ugh. But no, I do believe on a couple of the AEW pay-per-views, Tony Khan's like paid $100,000 for running overtime. And it used to be if you went over your time, you would actually get charged an extra X amount, right? That's what always kept things cut to time on there. But with HBO Max, they might have a different deal because, hell, look at Dynamite and Collision every week. They always run overtime, and except for the 1 week where we don't get to watch the first half hour of the show. It was a the best example I can give you about that stuff, if you want to go back to the Attitude Era, if you remember Diamond Dallas Page versus was Goldberg and Diamond Dallas Page for the world title. I believe it was at Starrcade. They actually had to black out the back half of the match because they hit the time limit for the pay-per-view because they weren't willing to pay anything extra, and then they had to show the match for free on Raw, or on Nitro, sorry. Did Darby Uber the arena tonight? That one surprised me. Got kicked out early. If you guys didn't hear, Darby was doing an interview in an Uber, and the driver threw him out. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. I really want to see a lot of great things out of David Finlay here in AEW. I do love the kayfabe reason that he gave for why he's in AEW. That he made money with his dog's teammates and not with his dad. Fuck his dad. When in actuality, what ended up happening is David Finlay was offered an NXT level contract. And TK offered him a lot more than that. Because David Finlay is a moneymaker. And trust me, after my announcement last night on Backbreaker Pro, I know all but oh god. Folks, you ever seen a quarterback throw a bullet to a receiver only to have that only to have the linebacker realize where that ball's going and he's going straight for the guy who's catching it and sort of forgets that there's a ball there and tries to make the head the ball? Yeah, that's pretty much what just happened there. Well, and everybody comes in to bail it out, but no, business wise, if you're wondering about pay-per-views, quite often with many different companies, and this is what happened with we're going back to that again, which I sort of expected that to happen, but yeah, that was a very nice oh my god. It's not around Darby's throat, it's in his oh, it's on his chain, never mind. I thought they put it through his earring. They did. Oh no, that's a chain. Never mind. And now Roderick, oh, I can see what happens here. You know the double turn might be in effect here? No, Vic, we were talking about that. Like, the kayfabe reason that Finley gave in an interview was that he made money with his brother and the dogs, not with his dad, so fuck his dad. Well, yeah, the money that he was offered, like, would anybody here actually consider that? Yeah, in an interview with the dogs, I forget who he was with. He actually stated that was the kayfabe reason why he decided to sign with AEW. We all know the fact that he got lowballed on a deal with NXT. The money offered by AEW versus the money that was offered by TK versus NXT, that just, it was a no-brainer of an answer. Like, they didn't see him anything more than an NXT talent and part of that new faction. Not necessarily scheduled, because if you look at it, they only have 1 day a week as well for... he's actually got to work more here for AEW than he would for NXT. Like, it's only 1 day a week at in terms of TV, and he could always have that deal like Ethan Page does, where he doesn't have to worry about coming in for training all the time. Man, Disco Inferno is just going nuts here tonight. Oh my God. That was supposed to be a backbreaker, by the way. Because Roderick Strong is known as the Messiah of the Backbreaker, if you haven't heard. This crowd's awesome. Please help Darby. And Darby's like, yeah, I'm loose. Now let me do something stupid. And he does something stupid. And he has a zip tie. This is not good. End of heartache. In the stronghold. And here comes the Scorpion. You're going to make the dogs tap out on night one, aren't you? David Finley's a beast. Honestly, I just want Jay White to show up. Let's get the dogs versus the Bang Bang Gang, and let's just get this going. I am just sick and tired of waiting for that feud. Well, just sick and tired of waiting for Jay White to get back. I want him to be healed properly, of course, but at the same time, I don't want to... Hockey fight! I love some of the comments I see online here right now. Oh, goody, skateboard. Amazing how some of these seemingly small injuries have been so brutal. That's the thing. That skateboard almost rode down to the ring. What is he going to do now? A kickflip off? Yep. Oh, fuck. Right off the head. Damn. All right, those two are out of it. Nice power slam by the Inferno. I'm sorry. I respect Car Connors. But my God, he is so looking like Disco Inferno with his shirt on. And a Dominator out of nowhere from Finley. That's a Death Rider. Is that a cuff or is that... Could you imagine if that was Jay White holding him underneath the ring? O'Connor roll. There's into Heartache. Roddy didn't even want to get down for the cover. He didn't even want to get down for the cover. He just like, you're orange. Boom. Also, the fact people recognize his music more than Roddy's. So, oh, the zip tie. That's what it is. How long was he hanging on to that zip tie for? Oh, God. I'm almost scared to see what's coming up here. These two are going to murder each other someday. It's going to be glorious, but somebody's going to murder them one of these days. Well, yeah, that's going to give us 20 minutes to the top of the hour for our main event here tonight. I don't know. This match here had all the buzz, all the hype, and then that press conference was like, meh. Sort of killed any momentum for that, but as per tradition here for everybody that's been here, we right before the main event, we always talk about what's coming up here for the next the upcoming shows. So let me sorry, I'm just trying to pull up a graphic here because I have graphics. I know it's scary, but I do. But yeah, we have right now I'm celebrating 15 years of being a content creator. It was last Tuesday, so we're doing 10 streams in 10 days. This is stream number 6. Tomorrow we'll be on with Little MLB The Show. We're probably going to go online with some event stuff. We only got 2 days left in the event program, so I figure why not give that a shot. We might even do a double stream tomorrow with Tomb Raider 2013 to continue on with that. Tuesday, Kenny Omega enters the world of Street Fighter 6 as Alex, so we're going to check that out. Wednesday, we'll be here with AEW Dynamite. And then we'll see what we're going to do with 2K. Like, for right now, I'm still trying to get 26 set up. I got 6 graphics done, but I need a lot more. Plus, I need a lot more characters loaded up. Characters might be changing going into the new season. Just bear with. But once we get Backbreaker Pro up, I will let you guys know. Thursday, we're going to be here with Tomb Raider 2013 if we don't finish it tomorrow. But, once again, everybody, thank you for being here. Just a reminder before the end of the night here, subs are, groups of 5 gift subs are 35% off for till midnight tonight, my time, so about another 2.5 hours. But just make sure if you're on YouTube, you're hitting the thumbs up, hitting the subscribe button. If you're on Twitch, make sure you have hit the follow button if you haven't already. And no matter what you're doing, whether you've been chatting or lurking, always appreciate having you here. And I hope you've had a good time so far tonight. Because we got one more match to go, and we got a hell of a story being told here on the screen. Oh my God, we have actual trumpeters. He's already barbed wired up. You know it's going to be a bad sign here. You know when somebody's checked out your post that you really, somebody that you're looking up to and you see you get a reply on a post because they actually looked at your post and wanted to reply on it? Even though you're not named in it? It's pretty cool. It's a little feature I don't mind on X. I don't do a lot of time on X, but who's kidding who? Yeah, I do, but a little too much time. We're hearing, no, I just saw some posts about people whining about the 4-hour show. The fuck is this? Oh my God. They're literally pissing on somebody's grave. Hey, JJ, how you doing? Appreciate having you on here. Hope you're enjoying the YouTube feed. We just literally had MJF piss on somebody's grave on live pay-per-view. I will say that, you know, it's not the same as having a band play you out, but still got the point across. Oh my God, it's Gringo. Is he wearing Terry Funk gear? Sorry, I see the red and the black and I'm just like, that is Terry Funk gear right there. That is exactly it. Oh, and I see the bars hanging on the corner. On the corner over there. It's one of those where they show the legs, like the bottom of the legs, the grave, and the fluid coming down. We didn't get to actually see the release of. I'm not able to do a scientific breakdown of what's in the fluid. Is that gold or mauve? I'm assuming that's a gold color jacket. Like the dark gold. I appreciate the 10 count knockout. The submission, like Moxley had probably the most unbelievable submission in Texas Deathmatch history. At All In there, like he knew he was fucked, so then he's like, Then he literally tapped out. Camera quality is sharp tonight, like some cam upgrades. Oh, they're probably using an 8K camera for this. Oh my God, Justin Roberts swore. Feels different. Yeah. Well, this is the only match that they actually do the physical inside the ring introduction. Good old Shivani. And then you got the like 10 people around the ring that have to carry that out. Feel sorry for him a little bit. Just trying to get involved in a conversation with all the content creators. They're all trashing somebody who's bitching about the 4-hour pay-per-view, like I said. But now that there's like 4 or 5 people getting involved, then you got to chime in once just because, MJS bleeding already. See that Osprey return, not seeing too much of the person's Well, if you want to break down, we had like three debuts and returns in 3 matches. We ended up knew he was going to bleed with Hangman yet. It's true. Yeah, we had Cope and Christian show up in the first match. We had Ronda Rousey show up to help out Marina Shafir. And we also had Ospreay show up for to go after Moxley after he beat Takeshita. Then we had Omega show up to attack Swerve after his match. We had new women's tag champs, Lena Cross and Megan Bayne. Like that, I love the fact that Max's knee pads are still got the Burberry on them. Oh, we had new tag champions. We got new trios champions. Then Mystico and Jet Speed. Hangman don't realize what he's up against here. This is such a different Texas Death Match compared to most. Yeah, a little bit of comedy involved. Not too bad with these chains. No, not at all. Like, and Remsburg's like, why are you giving this count up? Oh, God. Time for the sharpshooter coming in here. No, in the other sense. Happy birthday. It is MJF's 30th birthday today. Oh my God. The Greco-Roman paper cut. The Greco-Roman paper cut. You know what? I don't mind something like this. I know it's not the same level of violence as we would see with like a Swerve and Hangman. But here's the thing, and this is something William Regal brought up in an interview, and I completely agree with him on it. Instead of having tacks as a weapon, Legos are a much safer for the wrestler, more effective for the position. Because, like, people don't know what it's like to have a tack shoved at them, right? Why do we have a random pane of glass here? That is a rather particular shaped pane of glass. Well, I guess, yeah, that makes sense, Shivani. You want to put them in a lot of pain, so therefore... But Regal always said, you do know what it's like to step on Lego. Hell, M&Ms can be a pain in the ass sometimes if they're... Max, you do realize you just created a weapon for yourself, right? Max, you are a moron. So yeah, this match is nowhere near the violence that you saw with any of these other Texas Death matches. But it doesn't need to be. That's the thing. What? Oh! See what I mean? Like with a pane of glass, somebody's always cut themselves stepping on something. You know that it's it hurts like a mother. Are you not counting? Oh, now he's counting. It's going a little too easy for Hangman here right now, so that's what scares me at this point. And now MJF's bleeding like a stuffed pig. He is literally that crimson mask. Like, oh God. Let's eat some barbed wire. You know, it's tasty. It's got all those. It's got iron and minerals in here. Or you know what? No, Hangman's doing yeoman's work here. He's actually. Oh, JJ, bless you. Sorry, banned words don't show up on my prompter, but they show up on the side screen here. So. And a discus lariat with barbed wire. Or a discus punch, sorry. Well, they brought Wardlow's name up. Like I said, this is going a little too well for Hangman here, so... MJF just grabbing a chair. I don't know whether he's just grabbing it to get up or is he grabbing it to... Well, there's a visual for you. And there's the reversal. And now Hangman's about to bleed. See, if you're dealing with Cope and Mox from last year, this actually wouldn't be the worst idea to have this kind of match like this as your main event instead of what they had. No, even worse. Let's just split them wide open here right now. Who's the sick fuck that said do it again? All right, now this is starting to even out a little bit. And now Hangman eats the glass. Now, the question is, Chad, is that real glass? I don't think so. I think it's sugar glass, but... And MJF just giving a receipt from earlier. MJF would have a scary look on his face. What do you think he's going to be, overjoyed? And a broom? See, if I was MJF, I'd be cracking the... There you go. That's what I would have been doing before. Why did you take the other one out, Hangman? You should have nunchucked him. Damn. That sucked. Sounds like a PG match, not hard. Here's the thing, and like I said, expectation is the thief of joy, I believe is the best way to put it. Because this is a lot different than the usual, because this isn't as much of a blood feud as it was with some of the other ones, JJ. And I don't mind this. I know a lot of people are gonna crap on it a little bit for what it was. Is it gonna be an all-time match classic? No. But it's an MJF style Texas death match. And this is one of those big things. Like, originally you do MJF. Oh, goody. Do we remember what happened the last time we asked for it? Okay, that's a little much for me. We just hit the limit. And Zodiac, this is classic 80s booking, and you got it bang on exactly in the chat. When, back in the 80s, you would talk, basically when a champion showed up, the way he would be defined is if the fact he could take on a whole bunch of other wrestlers in their specialty matches. Yes, I said syringe. They did the swerve spot with the syringe again. Except this time Hangman ate it. That's why you see me turn away during that certain part of the match. Like, it also makes me wonder what was in that syringe. JFC. Ugh. Yes, yes, yes. No, but just think about it. What could be in there? Oh, shit. Barbed wire steel chair. Like I said, this is a little different kind of match. I don't mind it. It's fine. Is he going to go for a power bomb? No. This is a Alabama slam. Wow. And Hangman's got to pull that barbed wire out of his back. That's the problem. Look at all that blood coming out of his back now. Son of a biscuit. Yeah, Andre, that was absolutely disgusting. I'll agree with you. It's a very different match from what we've seen from our last couple Texas Death matches, and I don't mind it. It reminds me of Darby Allin a lot too, because when Darby Allin brought out that flamethrower, we had to wonder what else was he going to do after that. You know he can't go up from there. The problem is with AEW, you could think he could go through there. I don't know. I'll be honest. As soon as they went to go put it in, I turned my head. Chat, you can feel free to answer that one. But MJF did a cardinal sin here when it comes to that table. Put it too close to the ring, I think. Here comes the Heat Seeker. Or... no way! Damn! Oh, yeah, an interview with Mitch. That's right. You were doing the Pop Shot interview tonight. Or Pop Spot interview. I can't wait to hear it, Andre. I hope it goes over well. As you're getting ready for this weekend. This next weekend, sorry. There's 2 tables at ringside that are put out. They haven't been used yet, so we know we're not done yet. Hangman having that deranged look looks... okay, that's gotta suck. No, Andre, did you hear the news about all the returns tonight? Debuts and returns? Actually, I think they're all returns. There's no debuts tonight. Technically. But yeah, we've had some fantastic, like, overall tonight, I gotta say this is definitely worthwhile the money. He showed his appreciation for that. And this crowd's even, ooh. He's really going to try and do this flip right now? Oh my God. These guys are throwing bombs. He is throwing bombs here. Like every time they throw the chair out, it's just one big shot. And like I said, an MJF pace match is absolutely perfect right now. Big shot, let the crowd soak it in. Big shot, let the crowd soak it in. Big shot, let the crowd soak it in. Just a heads up for you on Twitch here. We got an ad break in about a minute here. Oh God, are we doing a dead eye on the? No. They are teasing that table so hard. Here he goes. All right. Somebody's dead. Somebody's getting their ass kicked. Somebody's getting their wig split. Oh, sorry, that's somebody else. All right, so one table's been dealt with. We got another one on the other side. MGF doing that's the Terry Funk walk there. He is literally copping Terry Funk all the time. Now they go to the other side where the table is. That is not a good sign. Oh, now he's biting. Oh, I believe somebody said that there was going to be biting in this match, and I completely understand that now. Are you kidding me? Tombstone on the table. All right, well, both tables are done now. Could this be a double countout? Could you imagine this crowd rioting on a double countout at this time of night? Literally just have to have 2 feet below you. That's why you can win a Texas death match technically by rolling out of the ring and just having your feet hang there. I do applaud them for the fact that they're showing that they can do this kind of match without having like 6 billion. Actually, it is 9:15 their time right now, JJ. I'm 1 hour ahead of LA, so. And currently it is 10:15 here. Not like the 115 that some of us are watching right now or experiencing. I will say this, you definitely get your money's worth on an AEW pay-per-view. Good thing you got rid of the glass, right? Hangman's hurting, but he still wants to hit this buckshot, which is probably going to hit the referee, which is going to start shenanigans. Nope, referee's out of the way. All right, these guys are starting on low bombs now. No, please. Oh, God, here we go. We're not going to be here all night. Yeah, that's the cheap way out, right? Oh shit, we got light tubes. We have light tubes. Both sides. Da 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 da. I just see lightsabers, sorry. See, Duel of the Fates, even, the next Knights of the Old Republic game. Are they literally going to go fight to the back now? Or who comes out to block it? Somebody's got to come out and block this, right? I can't see them running this into the back. Yeah, that's going to suck. Because that glass gets into little mini shards. It's not typical glass. Let's put, oh God, look at his back. I don't even think ECW would do that. Even these fans, some of these fans are a little nervous. Or are they going to go to the back and they're going to finish the pay-per-view in the back? It wouldn't surprise me. Cameraman doesn't have anywhere to go. And he's doing all the Terry Funk things. That is a Terry Funk spot right there. Rolling yourself down to the ring like that. So what's he going to try now? Oh. I've never gotten why skewers would be using a match like this. I get it for the visual, but to actually physically win the match, the only way you really need that is what? You're going to pin the guy down to the mat with him? These guys are going to drop him. Neither guy's going to get him. Well, at least they got the skewers out. No, he's going to roll off and touch the floor. I almost feel that's going to be the case. All right, well, either way, I figured that wouldn't be the end of it. It makes me wonder if we're actually going to get... Is somebody going to come in and... I still say Swerve comes in and wrecks this. Skewers are Mox's thing. That's true. But now they're coming out with a solid steel chain. That used... The dog collar! Folks, you want to call back memories? We talked about that at the beginning of the match. Surprised there's no CM Punk chance right now. Is he actually going to put it on? You know what? For a historian like MJF, this is actually very fitting. He's always been a Piper fan, and like they talked about with the he's got PTSD from the last time when he lost against Punk with us. Well, how are you going to end this? What do you mean one of these two men carried out on a stretcher? It's going to be both. It'll be Tuesday when I get to watch, but still, yeah, like, this is a scary sight to see. Oh my God. Did you hear what he just said? Has anybody got a light? So these guys are dog collar together with a table and barbed wire sitting outside. Like, this has got to finish it somehow. They want fire, but no, that's what it is. They're asking for fire, and he's asking for a lighter. There's no way they do a dead eye on that. There's no way they do a pile driver. There's no way. Somebody's doing a back bump on this, guaranteed. Is this going to be Hangman's mistake? Oh, shit. Well, Hangman made the mistake. Is that going to cost him the title here at this point? And Max is like, no, there's no way. He thinks that Hangman didn't get up. Like, literally, they've changed this match around completely. You build it, you break it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's the given rule of these things. So, folk, oh God. Something's steaming over there. Now, do they both go through it and they both get counted out? Jesus! I think they might be dead. Remsburg, get down there and fucking count. I'm guessing we're getting no pyro after this then. All right, who gets up at the very last second? Do they both? Why are you doing a replay when there's like in the middle of a count right now? Told myself they better not do a double count. I'll make a lot of people mad. I don't know if it will or not. They're both up. This is the way you could do it. Like, this is like they're saying this is a performance for the ages here. The whole crowd just as he's getting walked around like a dog. I know exactly what he has in mind. And that's how you fix that problem. I almost saw that one coming. Shot to the nuts. Holy shit, we're half hour over already. Holy man. I will say having a pay-per-view on the West Coast does help out a lot here, but that might be it. You would think there'd be more of an impact on it, but he just gets up. Oh my God. Hangman's like, yeah, no, we. Kick to the nuts. Chair. Belt to the face. He's loading it up. You can see his hands right now. Watch MJF's hands. He's got the ring. He hit him with the ring and then the collar. Into the glass. Oh my God, we're watching the final call with, glass. He's done. MJF won with a ring shot, a choke out, and dropped on glass. The blood on the camera just, different vibes totally. Real glass and a dog collar match, cry me a river. I know, this is a well-told story. It's well thought out, everything. I know it's not one of our favorite spots simply for the fact one of our favorite guys lost. It's going to be interesting to see. Hangman lost the way that he won against Mox in a way. That's absolutely true. For me, this works out an actually very good story here right now. Because when a deal with Hangman, it's always about retribution. It's always about trying to cure for his demons, but it's also figuring out how he deals with this situation now. My personal feeling is he turns heel and then says he goes back on his word. Like this, that's the way the Cody Rhodes gimmick should have went, but he didn't want to go heel, so that sort of made sense that way. But yeah, MJF gets to finish the night as the world champion. Hangman's getting on a stretcher. This has been absolutely insane. They can't get the dog collar off. This is hilarious. Cody Rhodes just wanted a Fed contract. That was a convenient excuse. Bray, I never grade these shows. I'm sorry, I don't. Everybody has a different opinion. I don't rank shows, ever. This is going to be interesting to see how this story runs out, though. I do think it was a very good show tonight. I'm a little disappointed in the crowd during the women's matches, but I'm also disappointed in the booking of Tony Khan for where they put the matches for those. But everything else, like essentially lining up the pay-per-view the way they did tonight. We had four big returns. I really wonder how this Rousey one's going to go. I don't think it's going to be much to it. It could be just for one night. Just that one pop to get the Marina match over next week. And everybody, I think TK will say something during the press conference tonight. Because I got a sneaky feeling that Ronda being here tonight was a one-night thing. I don't think WB will put her out there, but Bray, did you see a graphic or are you just trying to say something? Yeah, no, it's like saying Wayne Brady's all elite because he was involved in the pre-show. Ronda's here for a while. If anything, it might be a couple months. We'll see. I'm just really interested to see how things work out with that. Yeah, Andre, it was an ending. It was an interesting ending. It was a very different match than what a lot of people were expecting, and I was talking about during the match that expectation is the thief of joy in many ways. Like, we know what Hangman did with Swerve. We know what Hangman did with Moxley. This was never going to be to that level because it was never that personal between these two. The two didn't like each other, but it was very... Yeah, and I'm with you on that, Andre. That's why I don't think... Considering the LA crowd booed her, You know what? I'm going to wait and see. I'm not even too worried about it either way. I'll just let things go. It's one of the biggest things I say when it comes to reviewing shows, reviewing storylines, reviewing anything. We don't have to really wait. We don't have to evaluate things immediately. Because something's already happened, we got nothing but time to fully evaluate it. So, and yeah, the Callis family losing the trios titles, Takeshita losing to Moxley. It was pretty much a clean sweep down that way. So overall, it was a very bad night for the Callis family. But for the surprises or the returns that came back, we got Omega's back, coincidentally, as they're about to travel through Canada. Cope and Christian are back, coincidentally, as they're about to travel through Canada. Osprey's back, coincidentally, because everybody wants to see it. Rousey getting some of the most trending reaction. Yeah, you knew that was coming. And you know what? AEW, they got their wins, they got their losses. Lately, they've been getting more wins than losses. I assume that's probably going to be a loss out of it, but we'll see how things go. Ospreay being back makes me hopeful I'll get to see him in the 8th. I got a feeling we're going to see Moxley and Ospreay at Dynasty. That's probably going to be the match there. And then the Owen Hart will probably start at Double or Nothing. So if I see Mina and Ospreay the same night, we'll make my life. I think it'll be absolutely great. But you know what? We'll talk about Wednesday on Wednesday. We only have one match currently scheduled, and that's a no-holds-barred match between Marina and Tony. And frankly, that match is going to give us a lot of an indication about what's going on here for the Ronda situation all together here. So we're going to deal with the aftermath first, and then we're on the road to Destiny here, Bray. So. But once again, everybody, thank you for being here. We're going to do a quick raid out. I know that most of you are probably going to go to bed after this because, well, for a lot of you, it's after midnight here. But stick around for the raid. I know, Zodiac, you're down on points a little bit. I know you need to get them back up so you get bonuses for raiding. You're in bed, Andre? That is just...
Uh-oh.
And...
Bruh.
I believe that TMI is the word we're using there. But for those on YouTube, we're going to wrap it up immediately here, and then we're going to raid out real quick here for our local Twitch streamers here, or Twitch viewers here. Next time we're going to be back on YouTube is Wednesday for AEW Dynamite. Once again, thank you everybody for stopping by here. Make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit subscribe. Tell all your friends, your enemies, let them know we're here. And we will see you all here next time on the Backbreaker Video YouTube channel.